Alright, we should be live. Still got a little setup to do. For one, I gotta figure out how I'm gonna watch chat. And then secondly, I have unfortunately woken up with a bit of a cough, so I want to see if I can find a way to set up push to mute. Let's see. I enabled it, but I don't know where the keybind is. Yeah, perfect. This is what I was looking for. We want push to mute. Let's set that to. Alright. Does not seem to have taken. Well, while we wait for Grant, I'm gonna see if I can get this keybind to work. I suppose. Ah, there we go. Hello, Argot. Doing a little setup still. Just waiting for Grant. Still tinkering around with OBS for a bit. I think... Not yet. As I said, we're still waiting on him. Oh, he's on his way. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna still be doing a little testing. Okay. Perfect. I seem to have caught whatever you got. A little bit. Not a lot. But I woke up with a cough this morning, so I want to make sure that I have it pushed to mute so I don't put everybody through listening to that. I will take some medicine, don't you worry. I don't think it's actually sickness. Every now and then I woke up with a sore throat. I do have a cough drop. Well, it looks like we'll be doing it in VC instead of chat. Alright, I'm gonna switch my audio on over to it then. No longer just game capture. Now, yeah. Still gotta figure out how I'm gonna watch chat. I only have one screen, and that'll probably be the center of it all. This is me playing Warcraft. I'll get a few tertiary devices I can use in the meantime. Thank you very much for subscribing. You are my first subscriber in 2 years? Alright. Yep. Well, for the most part, I've used this channel just for reposting memes. Makes sense, but none of it. If I stop reposting them, then my channel doesn't grow. I guess my secret is reposting random memes that I took from Discord. If you really want to grow your subscribers the way I have. Well, since I can't get my random junk laptop to connect to the internet, I will just have chat pulled up on my phone. Super professional here, I must say. Oh, hey. Grant is in chat in the call with me, but I don't know if he's actually talking. I've not been getting my notifications while I'm in streamer mode. I want to see if I can disable that. Let me grab that link for you, Grant. Disabled. How curious. Normally, when I tap out, everything grays out. Maybe it's because I'm not in the game right now. Learning all sorts of new things. Oh hey, free concurrent viewers. Oh, maybe that's just me. You're here? Welcome, welcome. Alright. I wanna get chat set up on my phone real quick so I can look at it while we're going over everything. Alright. It should be sufficient. Now that you're here, I don't know if you've been trying to talk to me in community gaming or not, but I cannot hear you if you have been. Now, how does it all sound? Do I sound alright? Nothing too loud? Oh. Okay. Perfect. I figured I'd get all the sound set up just for me. I did turn streamer mode off, so that can't be what's in the way. Very nice. This is my second stream ever. First one was yesterday with me just fussing with OBS, seeing how it all works. I don't think anybody but me watched it. Feel free to join if you're feeling up to it. I don't really mind. I mean, you'll probably still hear all the same. I don't know if you want to talk to us, though.
Hello? Hello?
Ah, I got you this time.
You got me this time.
Ah, and Argot's decided to join us as well.
Yo, what up, Argot? Okay, I think are we almost ready to go here or what?
I think so.
Cool, what's your plan?
I'm gonna wing it. I have a skeleton of a plan, but I think I know.
I love that
where we need
plan.
to go.
That's my kind of plan, brother.
Awesome. Alright. Let's see. Got chat pulled up on the side. Got the game launched. I guess we start from the very beginning.
Yes, sir.
Yep. Alright, Warcraft 3. Warcraft 3 is, of course, an RTS, which means real-time strategy. Different from other strategy games, everything happens in real time, it's not turn-based. I guess the most famous turn-based strategy would probably be chess. You've got your time to make decisions there, but in this, everything's fast-paced, everything is happening all at once. But it's also an RPG at the same time. I don't remember, are you part of the MOBA crowd? People who've been playing Unite and League?
I am not actually. This playing this RTS Warcraft 3 these last couple months was my first foray into any sort of game like this or like that. I was never a big PC gamer, so you're working with the freshest of the fresh.
Perfect. That's actually perfect for what I want this video to be.
I figured as much.
Yep. Okay. So, I guess then, we should start from the very end. How do we win in an RTS? In most RTS games, there's at least two win conditions. The first being, destroy every building, or every unit and building of the opponent. And the second being, get your opponent to concede. Kind of like in chess, where more than likely someone will concede when they see that there's no way for them to win. And that's how the majority of these games are gonna end up, is by the opponent conceding rather than letting every single building get destroyed.
Right, like shake hands after a chess game when you know the checkmate's coming anyways.
Yep, exactly. So, for the most part, because you're more than likely looking to get that handshake rather than building destruction, you'll be looking for, in order to get to the advantage, ways to kill units. And how do you kill other units? Your own units. So throughout the course of the game, you'll be producing your own units in real time, of course. But what makes this RTS different from all the other RTSs, and why I asked if you've played any of the MOBAs, is because you also have your heroes. Now your heroes are very different from your other units. They've got different stats, we've got different value, weapon and armor types, but the biggest difference is that they can hold items and use them, and they can also gain experience and level up, which allows you to improve their stats through a level up, but also improve the spells that they have access to, and learn new ones.
Right.
So I guess what's different from this RTS from other RTSs is that you're not just looking to farm resources in the way of gold or lumber or whatever other resources any other RTS game might use. You're looking specifically to get experience on your units, or your heroes, not all your units.
Oh, it's like an RTS and a MOBA combined almost
Yep, yep. Which is why
with
the
your
MOBA,
hero units.
yep, the MOBA genre actually splintered off of Warcraft 3.
Oh shit, okay.
Yeah, yeah. Have you ever heard the name Dota?
No.
No, no.
No.
Okay. Dota is not actually its own standalone game. Dota is attributed to being one of the first MOBAs, the first to being something from StarCraft, but it's very different because it doesn't have the systems Warcraft 3 had. But Dota is actually a custom game inside of Warcraft 3. Dota 2 is probably tied with League for being the largest MOBA in the world. It's Valve's own first MOBA. I know they've got the second one with Deadlock. But Dota 2 is a massive game in the MOBA genre. Of course, since you've not been within the MOBA genre, it makes sense not to know what it is.
Yeah, like I said, I'm new to this whole arena, so
Yep.
basically the MOBA is like this, but you're basically just controlling one hero instead of your army of heroes, and building resources is not so much a thing. It's more about leveling up your hero.
Yep, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, when you're farming your resources, it's all coming from combat rather than from mining and lumber gathering.
Okay, neat.
Yep. Yep. For anybody who might end up watching this later, for those who know more about the MOBAs, I guess you could say that you're basically playing the role of a jungler at the same time as you're playing an RTS, because you're going to be looking for creeps in order to kill them, in order to get your items. That's going to be your primary way to gain levels early on.
So in Warcraft here, I'm looking to creep, as you put it, to level up my hero at the same time building my resources and building my base.
Yep, exactly.
Is what we're looking to do early game, correct?
Yep, almost the entire game.
Okay.
Yep, and I've seen some of your replays. There's a system of knowing how to creep. I guess we'll probably get into that a little later, but
yeah,
there's different tiers to the creep camps as well. As you play the game, it becomes easier to do the harder creep camps. The harder creep camps give better experience, better gold, and better items. So creeping is an all-game thing, right up until you're looking to close the game, of course.
And closing the game is making an attack on your opponent.
Yep, making an attack and saying this is the attack that's not supposed to be like annoying or kill some workers or whatever, pick off a few units. This is the I'm going to show you that you have no chance of winning in this attack.
Yeah, you're gonna force them into the decision.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, how do we go about doing that?
All right. How about we start up a game? I think.
I mean to ask too, is it binary or binary?
Binary.
Binary. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you, sir. I figure I should be calling you the right thing if we're doing this.
Yep. Yep, makes sense.
Yeah, right?
Okay.
And Grant's pretty easy to pronounce, so I don't think we have to go over that.
Fortunately.
Yeah.
Alright. A starter map. I suppose this'll do. This will just be me in single player. I guess I will go for Orc. I don't think I'll need that. I'll be going through the motions kind of slowly. So what I'm going to show with Orc is something that will hopefully be... Yep, Argot is also fortunately easy to pronounce.
I thought it was Argo, like escargot, but I'm Canadian, so we put a lot of French pronunciations on things.
I see. Okay. Yep.
So I just learned it was Argot, not Argo.
This is a very recent change, a very nice recent change, and I might say recent a lot. This game has been around for 23 years, so it's a joke that recent could mean like a few months ago, or it could mean like 10 years ago.
Basically anything that wasn't the original game.
Yep. Yeah. In this case, when I say recent, I mean this was last year that we got a starter map. And the reason we called it
Okay.
a starter map and then put it Lost Temple ladder version in parentheses is because when new players were starting and just trying to fight the CPU, you'd go into custom games and the first map would be Booty Bay, which is an absolutely horrendous map.
I think I've played it once or twice against Snoot, and tough to navigate.
Oh, hey, Foxy. I might,
Hey,
if you want to stick around, I might use you for showing off some stuff as well, if you don't mind. Feel free to join the voice call if you want to as well. But, yeah, nothing in this initial list is in the ladder. Not a single one of these maps. So, they put a starter map right here at the top, so that way new players would stop going with Booty Bay, because Booty Bay is very, very low on creeps, and it also has creep camps that are only reachable by a Goblin Zeppelin. The biggest ones in the top. It's not great.
I think me and Snoot were playing one of our first matches together, and we ended up there, and that was the one we couldn't figure out how to find each other.
Yeah.
We literally couldn't get to each other, and neither one of us had the skills to pull anything off.
Yeah, I think you can just walk down the path, but it's just a really long path. It's a very, very closed off map. Everything is completely linear.
Okay.
So it's just not great. Whereas Lost Temple, very classic Blizzard design for a map. Everything is open. You have a lot of places you can go. This map, even though it says 2, is actually designed to possibly be for 4 players, which is why there's so many gold mines and on the sides as well. I think we've played there before.
Yes, I certainly have.
Yep. Oh, looks like Foxy's gonna join us.
Excellent.
But for now, it will do. This is a map you'll encounter on the ladder as well. I think the ladder version, the real ladder version, not the A starter map version, doesn't force the players to spawn opposite of each other. It'll randomize where they start. Can be a little confusing. And most new maps, when players submit them, we designed them for only 2 players in mind because randomness is a little off in this game. Let's go with Orc.
Yeah, so when you're looking at the map there before the game, do those color dots on the map coincide with the colors of the players? Like, you'll see the red dot on there. Is that the red player is going to be there?
No. The colors on the map just indicate the order that when the map designer was making the map, they placed down like this is a possible start.
Okay.
Yeah,
just a possible start. It doesn't mean that's where they're starting.
Correct.
Because I've had a lot of problems finding people in maps or on maps, and that's what I've been trying to do. Was like, okay, well, he's dark blue. There's a dark blue dot there. That's where I'm gonna head.
Yeah. I can see the flaw in the design. Some maps, very few custom maps will force spawns to be associated with the colors. But we're not going to be playing custom maps all that much. It'll be very different when we play custom maps. For the majority of the time, the colors mean nothing in terms of like the actual dedicated spawn.
Right.
It's just like this is where one player could spawn.
Could potentially be there.
Yep, exactly.
Okay. All right. Look at, I'm learning already.
Yep.
Now, what's the best way to go about finding somebody? You guys just send a peon out, right? Or whatever is your race's main grunt.
The worker unit. That can,
your worker unit. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, that can depend on the race. I think undead almost always scouts using first an acolyte, which is their worker, and then they move towards using summons. Human will actually scout not using peasants, because peasants are very valuable and you need all the peasants you can get, and instead will scout using footmen, which is like
Okay.
their most basic combat unit. Night Elf will send the wisps out the entire game, because wisps harvest lumber way different from every other worker in the game. We just attach to a tree and passively generate it, no need to return the lumber. So they can send one into the enemy base and then take a look, see what's going on, and attach it to a tree nearby, and they've got permanent vision there until the enemy notices the wisp and kills it. And then Orc, they can scout with peons, but usually Orc starts with a hero who wants to be so aggressive that they might even start the game going to the enemy's base, and so instead they'll send a hero to the enemy's base, or they might send, like, if you're going for, say, a Blade Master with creeping with Mirror Image, you'll send a Mirror Image when it gets really low on health from when you've been creeping to the enemy base, see what's going on. But for the remainder of the game, Undead and Orc are scouting with summons for the most part, and then Human will still scout with footmen, and then Night Elf will still scout with wisps.
Yeah, that's it. This game's overwhelming for a new player, man. Like it's a huge game, dude. There's a lot. Lot.
Yep.
That's what we're here for, though, right?
Exactly. Yep, and feel free to keep asking questions. It helps with not just figuring out where you're at, but also we'll create like a record for anybody else who wants to watch a VOD.
No, absolutely. I'm a big question asker when I'm trying to learn something. I humble myself before my teacher and ask a lot of questions. So
absolutely perfect for what we're doing here.
Excellent.
Right. So we'll start a game on Lost Temple. Alright, since I didn't set up an AI, we'll get the victory, but we can continue playing. So this is the start that every race has. We start with a pool of 5 supply worth of workers in their town hall. And then Undead will also start with like a haunted gold mine so that we can actually harvest gold from gold mine. To start the game, everybody wants to send a bunch of workers to the gold mine and pull one off and start an altar.
So we send all 5 there just for simplicity's sake?
Yep, and then select one and pull it aside.
Okay.
You could also, if you find yourself messing up with the clicks for the time being, select one, send it to build the altar, and then send the remaining 4 to gold.
Okay, yeah. Because I'm always trying to like just kind of circle 4 of them, and I always end up getting the 5 or like moving them other places. But if
Yep.
Okay.
And then in the meantime, you will want to build a burrow. Everybody is going to want to build their supply building. That's something everybody's going to be doing all game, but you need a really early one. Then once you're hit 5 in gold, you can start your basic unit production.
So you were 5 to the gold mine, pull 1 off, build an altar, and then did you train a peon to build a burrow, or is there still 4 on the gold mine, right?
There's 5 in the gold mine. I pulled 1 out, but you can also do it where the first one to be trained will build the burrow, then the second one to be trained will build the barracks.
Okay.
So now that we've got a burrow, we'll want a hero. In the beginning, I'm not going to make like any particular hero recommendations. I think Blade Master is a very nice hero to just learn the game with. But you'll want to pick a hero as fast as you can in order to get started with creeping.
Right, I usually go with the Farseer.
Yep, Farseer is fine.
I like wizards.
There's a 15-second delay for Argot. Oh, is that Foxy?
Is it?
I don't know. I can't look.
I can't. I'm not looking either. I got Warcraft up on my computer. You're up on my phone, and that's also where I'm doing the Discord chat through. So.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. So guys, there's a 15-second delay for me on the video. So what I see, I hear you guys talking, but from what I see, it's 15-second delay. So Binary Sensei would say something, but then the video wouldn't show me exactly what he's doing until 15 seconds later. But I'm sorry to interrupt. Go ahead. I'm gonna mute myself.
Oh, no worries.
Yeah, well, I was seeing that too. That's why I muted the YouTube stream, and I'm just watching that.
Yeah, the YouTube
and
stream probably
talking through
won't
the
have too
chat.
much. So when we start creeping,
But yeah, that would keep you live, Argod, if you muted the YouTube stream and just watched it while you were in the Discord voice chat.
Yep,
What?
I'm doing that now. Yeah.
while you're creeping,
Right, back.
we'll come to a green spot first. We can send this mirror image away. My macro will fall behind, but that's because trying to show things in a way that's easy to understand. So we can send this mirror image that's pretty low on health towards where the enemy should be.
So you just took off with your Blade Master with mirror image and one grunt, or one grunt,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
And you were just started creeping right away with that. You can take out green units.
Yep.
Okay, so I've been overtraining a bit before I even go creeping even.
Yep. You can start barreling towards creeping immediately.
Right.
Yes, Lord. What task is there?
Okay.
What do you want?
This grunt's starting to run a little low. So another good thing to build while we are on low tech is a shop. The shop will take a minute to complete. I'm going to send you away.
Yes, Lord.
I think I'm going to creep one more camp while I'm down here.
Excellent choice.
Okay, and do you have your flag from the barracks set to your hero, so units
Yes.
automatically come to him?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
And then you can,
Sometimes-
so you're gonna send that weak grunt back because you already had another one incoming. You're
Yep.
basically, you have a rotation of them as they're getting weaker. You're sending them back, and new ones are coming.
Exactly. Yep.
Jesus.
And when we send one back, when we eventually come back, because once you do about 2 to 3 of these camps, let's get one last grunt started. I think we should be good to creep a yellow camp.
Yes, Lord.
We've got some really good items for our Blade Master. Blade Master is a hero who is very good at auto-attacking.
What task is there? Are you hero and obey?
So you're trying to be like almost level 3 before you move to yellow camps,
What
Yep.
task is there?
Yep.
Yes.
but you're gonna jump to it because you have some decent items for this hero.
I am your
Exactly.
Lord.
Okay. Jeez. This is super situational. This is crazy, man.
Yeah, a
Like,
lot of it
I've
comes
been
with game
I've been
knowledge.
lost in this game.
Are you hero?
A lot of it comes with experience.
Right.
Task
Playing
is
this
there?
game my entire life. Although this game
Yeah.
is older than I am.
Is it really?
Yes. Yep. I am exactly 20 years old. This game is 23.
So you've literally been playing it your entire life. That's wild, man.
Yeah, it's my very first video game, in fact.
Task is there?
Well, no wonder you're the master.
Excellent choice. Are you hero and
That title is actually reserved for Dr. Doom.
and obey?
Dr. Doom? I like
Yep.
his name.
Okay.
Is he like world champion or something?
Not world champion, but in the server at least, he is.
Hero and obey. Excellent.
Oh,
champion
in the
Yeah.
Discord or whatever.
Are you
Okay.
hero and obey? Master.
Yeah, I don't know if you've noticed, I've got a tag that says Grub.
Oh,
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, I've
from
seen it.
that's from a streamer known as Grubby. He's like the premier Warcraft 3 streamer. He's a former world champion. A according to Dr. Doom, he's actually managed to take games off of Grubby, which is
Oh shit, eh?
yeah,
Yes. Are you hero
Allegedly.
and obey?
allegedly.
Excellent choice. Are you hero and obey? Yes.
And I don't doubt it from the way that he plays either.
No, I know.
Yeah,
I'm
I was about to say that. I was like, the way Dr. Doom plays, I'm like, I actually believe it.
I wasn't doubting him. I was just being an asshole.
Okay.
Excellent choice.
By the way, I am actually here. I'm just being quiet.
Oh, hey, Foxy, what's up?
Hey, Foxy Sensei.
Yes.
Hey. How goes the learning?
It's going really well, actually. I guess Binary just tears through this stuff. He's explaining it as he goes. I'm trying to ask questions, and
I just
then
muted
we get
myself
off
to listen.
topic. And,
Choice. Are you hero and obey?
like the way he's
Yeah.
running his camp now, like he went from 1 grunt to 4 in this party. Up,
Yep.
he's up to 3 levels already. Like it's insane how fast you progress.
Yes. Are you
Yep.
hero?
And
Is there a
we're-
quick way to jump back to your camp with the camera instead
There
of because I've been
is
watching?
multiple ways to quickly jump back.
Okay,
Backspace
because I'm
takes you-
scrolling to get back there, and I know that's not efficient. And then I've got to find my group again, right?
Yeah, we can go over that in a little bit. Some ways to be efficient with every action that you do.
Excellent.
Right. Okay.
I am getting pretty lucky with some of the items that I've gotten. I got a Tome of Agility,
Are you
I've
hero
got
and obey?
Gloves of Haste, Ring of Protection, lots of really good items on my blade.
Yes, Lord. I am yours.
Okay. So I guess I should slow down a little bit and explain what I've been doing. So once we hit the bare minimum lumber, we want to hit the tech building on our Great Hall. That will say upgrade it to the Stronghold. That enables the building of a whole bunch of new buildings. Spirit Lodge, Bestiary, Tauren Totem. Depending on the race, it can be 2 to 3 unit production buildings that you unlock when you hit the next tier.
Right.
Upgrade complete.
In particular,
And allows you to train another hero as well, right?
exactly.
Mm.
That's probably one of the biggest things, apart from unlocking new specialized units.
Build more burrows.
Oh,
What
I've
you want?
fallen behind a little bit.
You have a lot of resources.
Oh yes,
Foxy, he's been flying, dude. Like even just watching everything run around his camp, it's impressive, man.
yeah, we're taking this a little slowly.
Yes.
So-
Slowly, he says.
Oh. Yes.
So I guess right now,
Excellent choice.
I'll just walk my way back to base. It's not something that I would do. Everything's in perfect health, but I just want to go over everything that has happened so far. So while this burrow finishes up. My base is actually currently very minimal in what it can produce. I can only train a grunt and an extra hero without building any new buildings.
Work complete. What task is there? Oh.
But the main advantage that you'll get first from getting your tier 2 building is of course an extra hero.
Something need doing?
You'll want to start training that as soon as you possibly can, so that way whatever hero you get can also start creeping and gaining levels.
Right.
Hero.
Is there?
What's a good amount of grunts of worker units to have? Because I noticed you stopped producing those at a certain point. And when you go to start building these newer buildings, you're not going to train another worker unit. You're probably going to pull one off of lumber, right?
Correct.
Hey.
Work.
Okay.
Yeah, for the most part, when we build buildings, we pull one off of lumber.
What do you want?
So what's your number? What's your number of worker units that you like to have? That where you cap it and you stop there.
Yeah. It can change throughout the game, but if you're playing off of one base, which is 1 gold mine to mine out of,
Yeah.
you'll want, of course, 5 on gold. Everybody wants 5 on gold, no matter the race.
Yeah.
And you will want
Something need doing?
7 on lumber. I have 8 on lumber. I don't know how I managed to do that. I think I must have miscounted when I had one harvesting over there.
Okay.
This will be fine as well.
And that leaves you a couple to pull off to build buildings, as well as keeping 5 on lumber too, basically.
Yep.
So you're looking to have 5 on gold, 5 on lumber, with a couple extra on lumber to pull off for building.
Not quite. Seven.
Not
Exactly
quite?
7. Exactly 7 throughout the entire game.
Exactly 7. Okay.
Yep. There's no reason for me to have 8 on lumber.
Right.
I'm seriously confused where this 1 extra peon came from. I don't
Yeah.
mind it.
Spontaneous peon.
I can do that.
Oh. But
Maybe they've been breeding.
What goes on in those burrows? Don't tell anybody.
What goes on in those burrows?
so for each race, the number you want on lumber will change. I think human wants 8, night elf wants 11, and then undead can play
Be happy to.
weird games with their lumber because their lumber harvesting unit is also their basic combat unit. Like, you can probably set that free if you don't want to use the ghouls at all, but if you're like cycling ghouls, it's up in the air. Like actually using them for combat, it's up in the air.
Okay.
I guess while we're sitting here and talking about resource gathering, let's go over what the resources actually mean. So gold, harvested from the gold mine, but also can be collected from creeping and also from selling items. You can see that they all have different gold costs. Gold usually is a good representative of raw power. I have a lot of gold banked up. That is power that has not been turned into actual combat power.
I am yours.
Okay. That's a good way to look at it, actually.
Yep.
I like that.
Every unit in the game will cost significantly more gold than lumber. Every hero that you train, apart from the first one, who is only costs food, costs significantly more gold than lumber. Retraining a hero costs significantly more gold than lumber. Items, I don't even think there is a single item apart from the tiny Great Hall that costs lumber at all. I'm getting a whole bunch of pings from somewhere. But
Oh,
everything that you can spend on gold represents an increase in power.
yes.
Apart
So it's
from,
not,
Something
and it's not just about having gold. It's about spending it in the right places, right?
exactly.
Because I just heard you say retraining a hero costs a significant amount of gold, and I kind of always get stuck that way because I might run into a fight too early that I probably shouldn't be in, and then I have to retrain my hero, and before you know it, my mind's empty and I got no gold.
Are you hero and obey?
Yes. Yep, spending your gold efficiently is a good thing to do, but there's also times where, say, right now I've got a lot of gold because I've just been talking and not really keeping up with producing. Having a huge bank of gold is usually a sign of poor, what we call macro, which is base management.
Larger game. Macro is
Yep.
large, right? So macro's larger game. And I've heard you guys in chat say micro, and I imagine that's individual unit.
Yep,
The
that is unit
smaller
actions.
universe of this game.
Yeah, that is the unit actions in combat is micro, and then,
Right.
and then the overall like base economy management is macro.
Is your macro. I kind of understood that just based on the words macro and micro.
Yep.
But it's nice to actually get the definition and confirmation on that.
Yep, and just the same since this will be a VOD for all our newcomers as well. It'll be good to have that definition out there for when people rewatch it. So we've
Go
gone
over everything.
So we've gone over gold, which is used in macro in order to increase your power. But what is lumber? Lumber is way, way, way cheaper, and sometimes isn't even used in the cost compared to gold. Say, for instance, your grunt, no lumber cost. Your hero, 100 lumber as opposed to 500 gold. All the items that we have available right now, no lumber cost.
Yes.
Even some of our buildings don't even have a lumber cost, like the war mill. So what do you use lumber for? The main goal of harvesting lumber is that you want to spend it on upgrading your main building. That is probably the highest cost that you can put it towards. And so, when we're framing what the resources do, we like to think of lumber as a sort of timer. It is the timer that says, this is how much you'll have to wait before you can get to tier 2, and then tier 3.
What do you want? I can do that.
You would obviously want to get those upgrades done as soon as possible, while still leaving enough resources for your army to build, right?
Exactly.
Because from what I'm hearing from you, those town hall upgrades or whatever are some of the most important things you can do, right? You need those second and third upgrades.
Yep.
To have success.
It can vary by the race, but when we're talking about Orc in particular, Orc is known for having the cheapest lumber cost and their upgrades. So one of their biggest strengths is naturally their ability to tech really, really fast compared to all the other races.
Okay.
They're going to get their specialist units out faster, they're going to get their second hero out faster. Unless we're going for some, like, really abstract build. I know that there's been a little tinkering in the pro scene with taking early expansions with Orc, because there was a recent change to how fast their Great Hall builds, but we won't bother with what the pros are doing too much, outside of, like, maybe copying some of their most basic habits.
Right. Okay, speaking of the most basic habits, sorry to derail you again, but I want to ask these questions while they pop up in my head so I don't forget them.
Yep, absolutely.
You've clearly built this base in a certain way. From what I'm seeing, you're putting your barracks in the back and you're surrounding your town hall with your larger buildings. That is obviously intentional, right?
There's a good amount of intention behind what I've built. The shop I put forward so that way it's really easy to access.
Okay, for a hero returning home, you want your shop basically the first thing it runs into.
Yep, that, and also so that way when you have people show up in your base as well, you'll be able to access the shop a lot easier. A shop is a huge power boost for defense if you have one in your base, because that means.
Okay, I've never once built a shop. Okay.
Well, hopefully that'll change today.
Yeah, well, it's gonna.
Yep.
That's exactly why I'm here.
Yep, every single shop in the game has these exact 3 items. The Potion of Healing, the Potion of Mana, and the Scroll of Town Portal. These 2 give a huge amount of extra defense power directly to your heroes when you're fighting near a shop, because these are instant heal an exact amount.
Okay, and what do you have? You have 6 inventory slots, correct?
Correct.
And when you build that shop, there's obviously the items that you pick up while you're creeping, but you want to have, when you build your shop right away, get a Scroll of Town Portal. I see the significance of that right away. It brings you right back home when you're in a bind.
Yeah,
and then you also want to have a Potion of Mana and a Potion of Health on stock as well.
Yeah. The Potion of Healing, Potion of Mana, and the Scroll of Town Portal, those all come from hitting tier 2 with your building.
Okay,
and every
so you
race
can't even get those until you have your upgrade.
Yep, every race has the same exact 3 items on their tier 2. The Potion of Healing, Potion of Mana, and Scroll of Town Portal. I think... I'm trying to think who has other stuff at tier 2. Only Undead has something else at tier 2, so we won't bother with that. Yeah, and their gold mines collapsed.
You almost want to coincide building your shop with the upgrade of your town hall.
Yeah, you want to try and if you want to time the shop getting up, you want to try and time it around when you would finish with green camps, so that we can heal up any low units.
Okay.
Yep.
So you're looking to finish with your green camps at the same time as your first town hall upgrade is done, which is also when your first shop should be going up.
Not necessarily.
Has a rough timeline for early game. Like, rough timeline, though, right?
I think you can get the shop up way earlier than you can get the tier 2 done, because when you're
Okay.
healing, you're actually going to be using this green healing salve instead.
Yes, Lord.
So wait, you
No.
just hanging out by a shop heals your units?
No. The way healing salve works,
Oh,
healing salve is a regeneration over time item.
and that's something you can buy from the shop right away.
Yep, no technology
I
needed.
see.
You have healing
I
salve,
know.
lesser clarity, scroll of speed.
That was the disconnect there. Okay, I get it.
Yep,
I get it. My bad.
No worries. The questions are good.
No, it's a lot of information coming in. I just want to stay on board.
Yep.
Make sure I'm getting anybody that might be watching is getting
Yes.
the information. Because if I'm
Yep.
confused about something, there's a good chance someone else might be as well. So
Yep. Exactly. Yeah. So the shop will enable you across all races a slew of unique tier 1 items. I think every race has access to the lesser clarity potion, that is the one standard thing, which is also a huge thing to get when you're coming back from creeping, because you're expected to spend some amount of mana, and if you time the shop right, you're allowed to spend a little more mana in order to use the lesser clarity potion to regenerate mana. But all healing and mana items at tier 1 are what's known as a non-combat consumable. Now this is a tag that you'll see in this sort of light blue color, but what does it actually mean? What it means is the effect will be an overtime effect.
Yes.
You can see healing a little bit over time,
right.
but it also means that any amount of damage
Taste of my blade.
will cancel the effect.
Doctor.
So it's not that safe to use in combat, because if you get
In
attacked,
combat,
I am yours.
If
you
you
want to
get
use
attacked-
it when after you've pulled out and you're back to your base.
Yep, I think
Oh.
the ideal time
And
to
do you
use it
Are you
is-
worried? How worried are you about all your units having that on them? Like, are you letting grunts die, or are you trying to save them as well, or is this mainly for keeping your hero with health?
If you recall, when I pulled the low grunt away,
Huh?
Yeah.
I was pulled it away just so that way I could solve it later.
Okay. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, that was pretty
Yeah.
intuitive.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think something that might not be necessarily helpful for you because this is your first PC game, but something that'll be very helpful for anybody who might be coming from other games. What's unique about Warcraft 3 in terms of like unit timing and death is that units take a very long time to die compared to other RTS games. It's got a low time to kill compared to very high time to kills in, say, StarCraft. In StarCraft, your basic units are gonna have like ranging from 45 to maybe in total 100 health, whereas you can see here the grunts have 700 health.
Right.
The damage values are the same across StarCraft and Warcraft, roughly, or at least the DPS, but the health is significantly higher, and so that means that each unit is way easier to save, but they will also cost more. So unit deaths are penalized a lot more than in other games.
Yes.
Right. It's almost becomes a matter of, again, being smart with your resources too, because it's probably cheaper to solve a grunt than it is to train a new one.
Yes, exactly. If you take a look
Right.
at the healing salve cost, that's 100 gold, and you have 3 charges of it. If you take a look at the grunt cost, that's 200 gold, and that's only 1 grunt.
Right. So it's big
So it's-
time. Alright, so shop up, healing solve, save your units.
Yep, save every unit you
Okay.
can.
What do you want?
So
Yes,
now that we've gone over like the basics of the shop, how about we go over what else did we get when we hit tier 2. So unique to Orc as well is you get every single unit production building. No, actually that's not true anymore. We changed it with the Griffin Aviary. But it's a a lot different for Orc. Because you get most of your units at tier 2. There's only one unit that you don't get at tier 2 and that instead at tier 3, and that would be your third hero and then something called a Tauren.
What do you want?
But one of the biggest things that you get at tier 2 is your new specialized buildings. So we can build those.
Okay, and with tier 2, like you said, you get new units. Like out of your barracks, you have new units you can train.
You have one new unit that you would get if you had a war mill. I don't have a war mill right now.
Yes. Be happy.
Okay, I noticed you didn't build one of those. Actually, I meant to bring that up
Yeah.
as well because that's something I usually try to build right away. I try to
Yep.
build it close to my lumber supply so it gets wood in there right away. But
Oh, you actually think?
that's the way this is shaping up here. That seems like it might be an early waste of resources, right? There's probably
not necessarily, and
probably-
especially not if you're going for Farseer. Headhunters synergize very well with Farseer's playstyle. The main
Okay.
reason that you would build a war mill early is that we can get Headhunters, which are a tier 1 unit.
which do pair up with a Farseer well.
Yep, they're all ranged,
So again,
that means you
It's
get a
all
lot of-
situational to what your plan of attack is and what your strategy is and what you're trying to do in the game.
Exactly. Yep, the order that you build buildings, what buildings you decide to build. It's even abnormal to build all the tier units that you get. Normally, you would only build 2 out of 3.
Work complete.
You almost always want a bestiary. And then you'll want one of 2 spellcasting buildings. Either a Tauren Totem or a Spirit Lodge. And the decision can come down to what do you want out of these buildings, and as well as who are you facing.
Yes.
But
Right, which is where
yep,
an early scout will come into play there to send to see what they're coming up with, and then you plan a counterattack towards that.
Yep. Yep.
So knowing your units and the race you're using and what goes well against the other races and units they're building is crucial to having success.
Yep, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we can save like the hyper-specific strategy stuff for like deciding which of the 2 spellcasting buildings you want for later.
Absolutely. That's at a later time, probably a later video. This is basics, and it might be putting the cart ahead of the horse here, but
Yeah, the decision to decide which one you want to build comes down to your knowledge of what race you're facing, what hero they've decided to go with, impacts it a lot. But the very basic thing is that once you hit tier 2, you'll have access to these specialist buildings. Now, from your barracks, and the equivalent across the other races, as it so happens, human also has a barracks, and then undead has a crypt, and night elf has the Ancient of War. Your units will be the most generic units available, which is not bad at all, because since you're getting it early, you have no idea what you're going to be going up against. So you'll be able to produce units that are going to be good no matter what you're facing. You've got the Grunt and the Headhunter. That's going to be standard across all the races. You'll have your basic ranged unit and your basic melee unit.
Yes. I am yours,
And
master.
these will be the core
I
of
am
your army.
yours. What you want? Yes.
The Grunts
all
are...
great armies start with good foot soldiers, basically.
Master.
Yep, and it's not even necessarily bad to keep producing from the barracks either.
Master.
In particular, the Headhunter is very good throughout the entire game because it is a very high damage unit. This is going to be like the center of your DPS, is normally whatever ranged unit you have will be the center of your DPS.
What task is there?
They have significantly higher attack rate, they have a higher
What do you
damage, they have, of course, ranged, so that means that they don't have to try and stumble through combat, path around units, they can just start immediately pelting away at whatever they need to. But they trade that off for, naturally, their survivability,
What you
which is where
want?
the grunt comes in.
Yes. Huh?
If you want to talk, like,
I am yours,
I guess, standard RPG terms,
master.
your grunts represent more of your tanking, while the headhunters will represent your DPS.
Okay.
Yep.
What does DPS stand for? I'm sure you've mentioned it, but
I have actually not mentioned it. That is damage per second.
Yes.
okay.
Yep. Damage per second is something that is very easily associated with RPG games. In particular, it's associated with MMORPGs, or RPG games that'll happen in real time as well, since seconds don't really occur in a turn-based game. But
Right. And so basically it just means while in combat, it's the amount of damage being done per second.
Yep.
I see.
Something need doing?
yeah, your DPS
Now,
comes
is
from.
is there a place in game where you can find all these stat lists
What you want?
You
where you
won't
can
find.
pull up and see, or is it just something that is again knowledge based and experience based?
Why are you
When-
poking me again?
When we mention DPS, we don't have an exact number for the DPS. We just kind of know, like, this unit has high damage, this unit has low damage.
Okay.
For units that will have high damage, it is usually anything that has range, because that means that they have really good attacking uptime. We're able to constantly attack whatever it is they need to attack. Or they might have like an absurdly good attacking stats.
Yes, Lord.
The Blade Master
Excellent choice.
for the Orcs immediately comes to mind, but you've also got the Demon Hunter, you've got the Mountain King can have really good attacks with Bash, and you've also got for Undead the Lich, who has good DPS because they have really good internal stats. There's a lot of weird internal stats that aren't visible that dictate whether a unit is good at auto attacks or not. I won't get into those specifics because that's like really confusing to go over. Even somebody who's played the game a long time might be like, what is all this? Because it's world editor data rather than in-game data.
Right.
Yes, Lord.
But for the most part, you can kind of gauge off of their... If you hover over their attack type, you'll see that they have very fast speed, they'll have pretty good damage, and a good association as well is the range. If they have anything other than melee, they'll usually have a really good attack uptime.
Excellent choice.
The Blade Master is a bit of an exception,
Are you hero and
because
obey? Yes.
he has the ability to
Are you
maneuver
hero
through
and
combat
obey?
pretty effectively, especially if you go with Windwalk instead of Mirror Image. I would not recommend Windwalk for a while if you wanted to go with a Blade Master. Mirror Image is way easier to use, and it also benefits off of just stacking damage on the Blade Master, because the Mirror Image is scaled directly off of his stats.
Right. And when you're new, keeping it simple is obviously the best way to
Yep.
have success and move forward and
Yep,
learn.
exactly. Exactly.
Okay. I did want to backtrack for a second here.
Sure.
We were talking about resources, and I kind of derailed you on a bunch of other shit. We went over lumber. We never got quite towards the food, which I did have a question about.
Okay.
In
Shoot.
terms of, well, with orcs come burrows. Like,
Yeah.
I think I've been building like way too many burrows, but I'm constantly running into a point where I'm trying to train units, and I do not have I need to build more burrows to train units.
Mm-hmm.
So it either feels like I'm overtraining early, or yeah, I'm not sure where I'm at with that, because I'll be trying to train units and build an army, and then constantly just, you need more burrows. You need
Yep.
more burrows.
Yep, that is a pretty constant thing that can happen if you're not keeping up on top of burrow production. Usually, the time that you want to build a new burrow is if you see that your food is within roughly 10 of your food maximum. So right now I'm at 35 out of 41. I would have wanted to start a burrow at 31, roughly, if I could.
Okay. All right.
I can do that.
And that just helps you keep ahead of it with unit production.
And I guess it's also worth mentioning as well, since we're going over the food, for anybody who might be new and watching this in post, food is represented by a fraction. The food is used exclusively on the units. The lower half of the fraction is how much food you currently have, which is produced by either your food production, in the orc's case it's a burrow, In the humans' case, it's a farm. In the undead's case, it's a ziggurat. And in the night elves' case, it's a moonwell. And it is also produced, as well, by the town hall. The town hall everybody should be familiar with because it's what you start off with. But in order to sustain an army,
you have your town hall, and that's why you have food right away, because it is tied into your food amount.
Yep, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, you will start with 10 or more food. In the orcs' case, because their basic combat unit cost free, they decided to set it to 11 instead of 10. And in the humans' case, we've got really weird food counts because of reasons I don't entirely understand. Like, it's just something that we've come to deal with. It's whatever. But
Yeah.
it's...
Not all mysteries are solvable.
I'm sure there's a reason behind it. I'm not sure if it's a good reason or a bad reason, but it is definitely a reason. And it's kind of shaped what humans' identity has become at this point as well.
Right, it just makes it one of the other quirky differences of the races that makes the game playable for 20-something years.
Yep.
Navigating all these nuances really has shown the longevity of this game, honestly, and the fact that it's still... Even I can, as a complete newbie, can jump into this game and see the fun in it.
Mm-hmm.
And see how in-depth and how large it actually is. And how it can take years to get good at it.
Exactly. Yep, the asymmetrical design of the races is just one of the many contributing facts of why this game has stayed alive for so long.
No doubt.
So, we've gone over a little bit that we have these tier BizTech buildings, but what do they actually do? For the most part, when you hit tier 2, you will unlock a siege unit, which, if I'm gonna be honest, I would suggest almost never training the siege unit. The siege units kind of go into an issue with just siege in general, which is siege units give you really good building destruction power, but they usually give pretty poor actual army killing power. So that means that you're spending a lot of resources to get an army that's good at destroying buildings. But for the most part, that's not going to be your win condition. Your win condition is instead going to be kill their army, and they concede.
Right, because even if they don't concede, you can destroy buildings with anything. It just takes time, and if they have no army, they can't really defend against you.
Yep, and it's even worse to build siege, in particular with orc, because you actually have a siege unit that is better than the demolisher, but you actually do also want to train at the same time, and that's the raider. But for the most part, ignore the siege unit. That's not really gonna do you much favors unless the opponent has like built. Foxy's here right now. I watched the match where that human decided to build a great wall of farms and towers. That was a good time to build a siege unit because the opponent had just built mass buildings instead of investing in army power.
I would add that if you're at a point where you realize that your army, that you're what they call turtling, you're camping inside your base and you say, nobody can touch me, I dare you to come touch me. If you see an opponent doing that, then that's maybe one time that you could consider adding a catapult or a siege to assist your army. But
Yep.
usually, like he said, usually almost... Oops.
Yep, almost never want to build siege unless the opponent has like explicitly invested all their power into like defensive buildings. Because
for the most part, you want to train and build units to take out your opponent's units as opposed to worrying about destroying their buildings.
Yep, perfect. So, I don't know if I should get into the specifics of what you yourself unlock, because this is supposed to be like a more vague video that can be applied across the map.
Right.
I guess.
No, so probably not, but help me. Forget about everybody else. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I am yours.
I guess I might actually be able to do something with the tech buildings. So you do have 3 tech buildings. I think as like a bloody beginner guide to what do we want to build, I think what can work is, and this will be applicable across all of the races, I'll substitute in like what spellcaster they want, but I think like a basic trifecta of like a few like core melee units, a good amount of ranged units, and then one spellcaster in particular. Your spellcaster, Grant, I think could be the Shaman, but you'll want to build the Shaman at a max upgrade. So what all spellcasters have is this upgrade system known as the Adept Training, which unlocks new spells for them to cast as you keep upgrading. Why don't we get a Shaman to show off what it actually means, what it actually looks like. So as you'll advance through, like
Go ahead.
getting better and better at the game, you'll add in more units, but it'll do more things. Like, I think a Kodo Beast can be added later, once we like review and you get some practice in with like a very basic flow of the game, which is what this build is going to help with. We
Right.
can start adding in like the Kodo Beast, and then the core identity of the orc that I've mentioned the name before, Grubby. Grubby was the best orc in the world for a very long time and kind of set up the identity of the orc by his use of raiders in particular. And so orc is kind of balanced around like being really strong when they have good raider control, but that'll be for later.
How can I help?
For now, we'll get
Direct me.
our core units out. So we'll have the headhunter,
Yes,
we'll have the
Lord.
shamans, we'll have the
What you
grunts, and we'll have whatever heroes you
I am
want.
yours. Yes, Lord. How can
So
I
what
help?
does the shaman do? The shaman is the only orc spellcaster who has something available for autocast, which is why I'm suggesting him.
Vengeance for
He's very easy to use compared to all the other spellcasters who have manual casts. So once you get to the spell that we're going to be talking about later, it'll be like a fix it and forget it unit to add some power to your other units. The same kind of unit that I think could be applied to human would be the priest. I had students start building that. Just build a priest. Don't care about the other spellcasters too much for now. Just build a priest, because he'll be able to autocast some really good supportive spells. For undead, I think undead's a lot harder to recommend like a basic autocast unit. You can probably just go with statues. Maybe Foxy has some suggestions that could be good for like if you're going for crit fiends. Would you go for statues if you wanted like just a bunch of basic spellcasting units, or would you suggest maybe banshees or?
Are you with us, Foxy?
Foxy Sensei might have went AFK. He muted his
Okay.
mic.
Ah, okay.
Okay.
Well,
But
I
no,
think,
I can see the definite benefits of a beginner using an autocast unit, because that kind of micro of manual spell casting.
Yep.
It's something that just has seemed really overwhelming to me from the start. Like I even know my units have different attacks and stuff that I can train and upgrade. Like there's what's the one orc unit that throws a net out or whatever?
yeah, the raider has ensnare. They have their own single spell. Kodo Beast has the ability to devour units on a command. Bat Riders have the ability to cast a kamikaze spell that will blow up other air units.
Yeah, but as a beginner, that kind of micro just absolutely seems insane to me when I'm hardly grasping the fact of keeping my base in production and keeping my base while still trying to creep and build other units. So the autocast, I think, is a excellent recommendation for a beginner.
Yep, all the manual casting that you'll do is going to be associated with just your heroes. You'll want to be casting the hero spells, which is, of course, for the Blade Master, Mirror Image. For the Shadow Hunter, I've not picked a... Oh, We've got another one.
Or is that Foxy coming back? Oh no, we got somebody. Patricio? Nope, he's gone.
Okay.
He bounced.
This will be a really scuffed VOD to watch, but hopefully it'll be useful.
I think it will be. I think we're going over some good things.
Yep. So as I was saying,
And again, this is just a start. This is just the first one. I think it's very good as a first effort here, as a first episode. So far, it could still go off the rails really quickly here.
Yeah, we are in a public VC. Anything could happen. So your Blade Master will be using Mirror Image, just keeping the mirror images alive. If you notice, when you recast it, it has a very short cooldown, but it deletes of the previous images. You'll want to recast that when your mirror images are like really low or dead, so you can get them back into the fight. If you've got a Shadow Hunter, you're gonna have only active spells. If you notice, when I was building my Blade Master, I built him with Critical Strike instead of Windwalk. And you notice that I also only took 2 spells. That is something that you'll want to do with every hero in the game, is pick 2 rather than pick all 3. Because what this does is, and this will be useful for the MOBA people, but not so useful since you don't play MOBAs. When you're upgrading a single spell in a MOBA, the mana cost will also increase, so they like to build like a 3-point system, so their mana cost stays consistent as they're leveling up, proportional to the amount of mana that they'll have.
Meaning all your spells cost the same mana across the board.
Yep, and one spell doesn't become so like overwhelmingly expensive that you can't use it as much as you want to, as well.
Right.
In
No, that makes a lot of sense.
In Warcraft 3, the mana cost will never increase. It'll either stay the same or decrease. What that means is that if you're leveling up a single spell, each point of mana is going towards one cast of a spell that becomes better and better. So say level 1, the mirror image creates only 1 illusion, but it still costs 80 mana. Once you hit level 2, you're creating 2 illusions, but it still costs 80 mana. You hit level 3, you're creating 3 illusions, but it still only costs 80 mana. So that means that each point of mana is going into a spell that's becoming better as you're playing the game. Whereas if you were to, say, hit level 3, you go Critical Strike 1, Mirror Image 1, Windwalk 1. I think Windwalk is 50 mana. Mirror Image will of course be 80.
As your hero levels up, he gains more mana as well, right?
Yep.
Okay, so which makes leveling up your spells and your attacks an absolutely brainless move to increase the strength of your army, because it's costing you the same and you're getting more out of it.
Yep, exactly. It costs the same mana, you get more out of it if you're focusing on leveling up only 2 instead of all 3.
Right.
Because if I were level 3 and I had taken Windwalk instead, my mirror image would still cost 80, but I'd only create 1 illusion.
You'll only be getting 1 illusion, right? Okay. So alright. That's something I didn't know. It was something I would I'd take my Farseer, for example, which is what I usually go with, and I'd use the one with the summon of the dogs or whatever.
Yep, Feral Spirit.
And I'd level that up as high as I could and wouldn't even think about another spell, but to bring a couple up across the board. And I also had no idea what it was doing towards mana cost, or what it actually meant.
Yep. So if you want to go with Farseer, Farseer can have a very interesting skill progression, because you actually want Chain Lightning to be your highest skill, but you don't want it to be your first skill either, which is really weird. Might not make sense, but what you want to do is you want to get like Feral Spirit 1. You'll summon your Feral Spirits. Those will help you creep. Feral Spirit 1 is better than Chain Lightning 1 as well, in terms of what it does. And you'll also...
And that's obviously good early game for Farseer, because it's just another couple units that'll help you get to creeping and deal with creeping earlier and faster, right?
Yep,
Because there's another couple units to attack as opposed to a single spell that attacks one enemy.
Yep. Not just attack, but it also means that the Feral Spirit, if you go for Headhunters early, instead of, like, you can even skip Grunts entirely if you wanted to, and just go Headhunters, and then eventually go for Shamans. That will give you a unit that will get attacked instead of your units that are permanent. You don't care if a summon dies, so long as it doesn't die by an enemy's hand, because killing a summon will
You just summon another one.
well, you can summon another one. If it dies, you can resummon it. But if the enemy player kills it, they gain a little bit of experience.
I am yours.
It's way less than, say, a grunt. A grunt for both Feral Spirits, in fact, will actually be more in favor of a grunt in terms of experience. So they're going to be looking to kill permanent units because that's gold power that you've invested that's being taken away from you, but it's also
How can I help?
experience that you're netting for yourself. But,
Right. And that's another way to look at saving your units that I didn't even think of yet. You move your grunts out of battle when they're low because you're trying to take away experience from the opponent as well as building your own.
Yeah.
If you can
and
stop them from getting experience by killing your units, then that's obviously a plus.
you figured out denies before I even mentioned denies.
I've just it just clicked right now because you were talking about grunts and moving the units, and to me, I was like, oh yeah, okay, so save your resources. But also the other side of that coin is
If you are the one who kills
you're
your
putting a
unit,
wall in between your opponent and their experience as well.
yep. If you're the one who kills your unit, that means no experience is awarded to the enemy. I would not suggest going for denies too much until you get really comfortable with micro, because you might just end up misclicking or putting too much attention into just trying to deny experience, so I wouldn't worry about it for a while, but that is something that exists at the high level, is killing your own unit when they get really low in order to keep experience.
That's funny, actually. Okay.
Yep, that is actually something as well that is actually something that carries over into MOBAs as well, is who gets the last hit matters a lot.
Yeah.
If you get the last hit, you get the experience.
So if you can't get your guy out of battle before he's down, try and... I mean, once you're more advanced, I'm not going to go for anything like that right away, but...
Yep.
Again, putting a wall between your opponent and the experience they're getting.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep. Yep, that is something that will come into play the higher level you get. For now, if it crosses your mind every now and then, you can try and do it with a summon. Say, like, you are traversing across the map and you have, like, a wolf that is one hit away from dying. You could give it a whack and kill it, if you don't want to resummon them.
Right, because you go to another battle and it's got one hit, it's basically free experience points for your opponent. Because he just smacks that summon, gets the experience out of it.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, that's something I can put into play right away. That's easy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Or anybody can, really.
Yep. Yep. And you ideally don't really want to spend healing on summons for the most part. Obviously, don't spend healing salves on them. Your Shadow Hunter, if you were to go for a Shadow Hunter, the healing wave is very indiscriminate in what it heals. It will just bounce around once you target the first unit. It's kind of like Chain Lightning, if you know what Chain Lightning does with a Farseer, where it shoots lightning and it zaps all around.
Yep.
Yeah, imagine that, but it's for your own heal. Yeah, Healing Wave will possibly hit a summon. You don't really care too much if it's Healing Wave, but you don't want to spend, like, healing salves on your summons.
Stuff that you've spent gold and resources on to heal summons that are on a timer anyways.
Yep.
How can I help? Understood.
Again, resource management. Right down to spells and mana and... Okay.
We kind of
This game is huge, man. Holy shit.
Yes, it is. It is insane how deep it goes.
Yeah. But this is good, starting at the beginning, and I think we're hitting a lot of really good beginner points.
Yep. Okay. So we kind of got derailed from what the shaman is for.
Right. Again.
A wise
Yeah,
plan.
it's fine. It's all good questions that we're
For the
asking.
Horde.
In the meantime, create a good record for
Understood.
other players. But the
For
Shaman
the Horde.
is kind of
Right
like the
away.
premier. This is what the Orc spellcaster looks like, at least in terms of like, I guess, aesthetics. You'll actually see in higher level play probably a lot of people building Spirit Walkers instead, but I would save that, of course, for later.
Yes.
The Shaman is good all
A
around.
wise plan.
Low level play can get a lot of value out of Bloodlust.
Understood.
High level play gets a lot of value out of
Understood.
Purge and Lightning Shield. So
Right away.
it'll be good to use a unit like the Shaman because he's good all the way through your skill experience, just like the Grunts and the Headhunters.
Direct me.
So I will try and avoid, like... You might see people recommend Wind Riders, this unit, for low-level players. I don't think it's that good because it can build a bad habit of including them. Wind Riders are not used that often at high-level
How
play.
can I help?
So I'll try and avoid, like, unless you're
For the
going for
Horde.
some very specific build, building Wind Riders
Yes, War
is
Chief.
gonna set up bad habits for later.
A wise
But for what
plan.
we've got for our core trifecta of
What you want,
units,
Master? How can I help?
Which was headhunters, grunts, and
And the
shamans.
Shaman out
Right.
of the Spirit Lodge at tier 2.
Yes. Yes.
So what does the Shaman do? When you first train the Shaman, he has access to the spell Purge.
For the Horde. What do you want to give? Yes.
Purge can be cast on allies and enemies. What it does is it will
What you
remove
wanna go?
all buffs and debuffs from the unit.
Ah,
So say,
yeah.
let's see, what's a buff that you'll run into a lot?
Yes, War Chief.
I guess Bloodlust is pretty common for the camps. It's also a
Right
spell that the Shaman
away.
can cast. Say you're facing an enemy and suddenly their hands start glowing red and they grow in size.
Direct me.
Purge will remove that effect, turn them back to normal.
For the Horde.
It also
I am
is really good
yours.
at killing summons. It won't do any damage to my summons, but say like
Excellent choice.
you come across a stray Blade Master in
How
the
can
wild.
I help? Yes, Lord.
You're fairly certain that the Blade Master
Oh.
wouldn't be wandering around so
Yes, War Chief.
blatantly without
I
being a
am
fake.
yours. How can I help?
So the quickest way to just kill it is zap it with Purge,
What task is there?
and that would do
Yes.
400 damage to it.
Yes, Lord.
Combine that with,
Okay.
Direct me.
So it doesn't instantly kill a summon, but it
Yes.
it's a lot of damage.
I am yours.
I think
deals
it-
a high amount of damage, higher than it would to a regular unit.
How
It does
can I
nothing
help?
in terms of damage to a unit. It only damages
Okay.
summoned units.
Alright.
What task
Yep.
is there?
This is what is known as a dispel. There are
Understood.
There are a lot of spells that are dispels. They can be single target, like Purge. They can be area of effect, like the Spirit Walker has Disenchantment, which is an
Direct me.
area of effect dispel.
Right
Purge
away.
has something that I can't show on my own units, but the last effect of Purge is that if you cast it on an enemy instead of an ally, you will reduce their movement speed to 0 for a couple seconds, and then they will slowly
Yes,
recover
Lord.
their
How
movement
can I
speed.
help?
So say you have like a grunt that you caught
Yes,
that's trying to
Lord
rally
Chief.
somewhere.
Yes.
Cast Purge on it and it stops for a second.
Yes.
So that means that you can keep it slowed for a little bit.
wise plan.
But that's not the main reason that we build the Shaman. For you, at least.
Direct me.
I'm gonna use a quick cheat because I don't want to wait for the entire time.
Yes.
It's a
War
minute of
Chief
waiting.
complete. Yes. Door
What is this quick
wide.
cheat?
Easy
Uh,
call.
Warp 10. You see me type in Warp 10? It significantly decreases the build
How
and
can I help?
production
For the
time of
Horde.
everything. Buildings, units, what have you.
Yes.
Okay.
So I researched...
Now that's not something you can just do in a game and it just works all the time.
Of course not. That would be a little crazy
Yeah.
if you could just type in a
So
cheat and-
everybody be doing it and it would just be part of the meta. Warp
Yeah.
10 right away and yeah, okay.
Right away.
Yeah. Okay. So I've researched the Adept training. As you can see that I no longer have a button down here. What that does is it increases the mana capacity, the mana regeneration rate, and also the hit points of the
Understood.
unit that you research it for. But the main thing that you're actually looking for is not that. You're looking for the next spell in the
For
list,
the Horde.
and that is Lightning Shield. So
A
now,
wise plan.
I have a spell Lightning Shield.
Yes,
What does
War
this do?
Chief. Right away.
Lightning
Direct.
Shield conjures up these little balls of lightning that circle around a unit. And it acts as a sort of like proximity damage.
Understood.
If I walk close to any unit at all, it starts taking damage.
For the Horde. Where you want me go? I am yours. Who you want
So,
me to kill? How
You can
I
cast this
help?
on enemies and allies alike.
Right away.
Say,
So
like,
you can cast that on any one of your
Yes, War
units.
Chief.
you can cast it on any of your units. You could also cast it on an enemy's units. Say, like, you've got a bunch of headhunters in the backline if you're facing an orc,
Yes.
So
Cast it on
lightning
the one in
shield,
the
and
middle, and it
they
starts
start
damaging.
damaging their own units because
Yep,
they're
and
in
they
a
have
group.
They have to pull them away or cast a dispel
Yes.
like that. Zap away the
A
spell.
wise plan.
Okay, well then, yeah.
How can
Yep.
I help?
A very common
All
strategy
right.
with Lightning Shield is you cast it on like your hero,
Direct me. I am yours.
and then he just charges in there blatantly, brazenly, walking around, attacking things, and it adds damage as well.
Yes.
Which, if I'm catching on, would work great with the Blade Master, giving him a lightning shield because he is a full melee type of unit.
I think even better
So having
is the Tauren Chieftain. The Blade Master does have a bit of a problem, which is
Yes, War Chief. What task is there?
if you have a Blade Master, and when you cast the spell Mirror Image, you dispel the Lightning Shield.
Excellent.
And he's going to be doing that a lot in the middle of combat, is just Mirror Image, Mirror Image, Mirror Image.
Yes.
So you'll be constantly needing to either reapply Lightning Shield or
Oh, are you hero and obey
forsake
my
the shaman casting Lightning Shield
Yes,
on
Lord.
specifically the Blade Master, and instead
Yes.
focus on like
help? What task
stuff
is
that's
there?
not going to get dispelled.
Are you hero and obey
right, okay. Yeah,
So,
I didn't
Yeah,
didn't
the Tor-
anticipate that aspect of it, but it does make sense.
Yep.
Like all of it's pretty intuitive once you actually start having it explained and thinking about it.
yeah, Mirror Image is one of the way that Mirror Image actually works in terms of what it does is kind of crazy. Mirror Image will actually
Yes,
temporarily remove the Blade Master from existence, which is why it dispels.
How can I help?
But it dispels stuff that's indispellable as well. Let's see. For instance, Banette. Ensnare cannot be dispelled because it's not magic. But Mirror Image will remove Ensnare because the Blade Master simply ceases to exist for a second.
Yes, excellent choice. I am yours.
Okay.
Yep. If you are
War Chief.
if you are facing somebody
Yes,
or
Lord.
something that's debuffing the Blade Master a whole bunch, popping Mirror Image will remove the debuffs,
Direct me.
which is very helpful.
I am yours.
That is, yeah, it's a finer point of Blade Master that
Oh,
isn't something you're really gonna know at all.
Mm-hmm.
yes, Lord.
And then again, yeah, it all comes down to the finer points of each unit and what you're trying to do with them.
Yep, you're getting it. Oh, he's starting to believe.
I am starting to believe. I'm starting to see it. Like, it's one thing to play these games, and you've been very helpful in the Discord chat and trying to explain it, but to see it and actually talk through it, it's a whole different animal. Even without even playing a game, I feel like I've learned more here in this session than I have playing whatever the 10, 11, 12 games I've played against you guys. Not that you haven't been helpful. I just think this is a far
Yep.
more useful tool what we're doing.
Yeah, I walked through the same thing with Snuit, but I figured that being able to talk through it and be able to put like this record out here of like simple early game, just go with basic melee, basic ranged, and an autocast spellcaster. That'll help any race.
Excellent choice.
But yeah, it's a great starting point for anybody, any race and any beginner really, is to have
Yep.
the melee, the ranged, and a spellcaster.
An intuitive, easy to use spellcaster. Witch Doctor
Yes.
and Spirit Walker will be a little more difficult because we have no autocast spells.
Direct my
Yes, I am
But
yours.
the Shaman, we haven't even gotten to the autocast spell, which is actually comes at tier 3. Now, the tech up time would be way longer than it is in this game because I've used the cheat. But this will be the end condition. You will want to, in your games, get to tier 3 with your fortress. Maybe you want to add a third hero, although your third hero,
We are in
orc
a
heroes scale
Yes, Lord.
very, very good.
Who be my next
But at
big
level
man?
1, the only one that's really good at level 1 is the Farseer, and he's only good when there's no Dispel on the map because of Feral Spirit. So I would probably suggest stick with 2 heroes.
Power. Direct my
Oh.
blade.
You could go Blade Master and Shadow Hunter, or you could go, since you like the Farseer, go Farseer and Tauren Chieftain.
Who
They
like
complement
you
each other
fast?
a lot.
Move
I am
faster.
yours.
Right.
What task is
And
Right. You've mentioned that to me before. I haven't got a chance to throw it in a game yet, but
Yeah.
it was next on my list to try. But again, like I had no direction on what to do with them. Now I feel like I'm starting to understand what direction I'm supposed to be going with these armies.
so you'll hit tier 3. You'll probably skip out on the third hero because
Yes, Lord.
Who be
2
my
heroes
next
is good
big
for
man?
Orc. I think the only race that really desperately wants 3 heroes is Undead. So sticking with 2 heroes for a while can work very well. And then you'll want to
And
get you'll get a barracks, you'll get a spirit lodge. You will upgrade your shamans to master training, and you'll
Yes, Lord Chief.
get your headhunters, your grunts,
Direct
and you'll have your
How
shamans
can I
casting
help?
the spell called Bloodlust.
Right away.
As you can see, there's something very different about the spell in terms of the art. It's got this yellow border around it. That is to indicate that you can right click and have it turn into autocast, which means that
For the whole.
when the shaman is in the middle of combat, it will attempt to cast the spell automatically on all other units that are in combat.
Right away.
You can also manually cast it like that,
How
but
can
this
I
is going to be
help?
your fix it and forget it. Just turn Bloodlust on
Yes.
and let them do their
Yes,
thing.
Lord
What you
Chief.
want?
It increases the unit's
Okay.
attack rate by 40% and movement speed by
Master?
25%.
Noctar. Noctar.
Now, does the shaman have a default autocast, or is that you get bloodlust trained and that becomes your autocast?
There is no autocast until Bloodlust gets trained. It will
Okay.
default to autocast on when you unlock Bloodlust, which is pretty helpful. It means that you can just train the shamans without having to
Yes,
worry about
Lord
turning it
Chief.
on, and then you can just go into
Yes.
combat.
Yes.
So the shamans
Direct.
will cast Bloodlust.
What you want, Master?
If we want a comparison
Time
to
to die. What you want? Huh?
Bloodlust versus no Bloodlust. And these aren't even very high damage units, but you can see that Bloodlust gives a pretty fair advantage
Yes. Dabu.
to any unit that possesses the buff.
Oh, direct me.
Right.
And then of course, since it's magic, it can also be
What you want?
dispelled,
How can I help?
which is partly the counter to Bloodlust, is just
Yes.
being able to dispel.
Yes,
I
Lord
think
Chief.
while you're
I
learning
am
the game,
yours.
you probably won't
I
face
am
too many
yours,
people who are
Dabu.
going to be
Yes.
dispelling a whole bunch, so it should be safe to run for a
Yes.
while you get familiar with everything.
How can I help?
You probably won't want to train too many shaman until you get to tier 3, because you're looking exclusively for the
Yes,
Bloodlust
Lord
in the
Chief.
build.
Yes.
You'll be
Master?
looking for grunts, and you'll be
Yes.
looking
What
for
you want?
headhunters. You'll of course get the upgrades for the
Correct.
shaman. You can get the first upgrade at tier 2 without needing any shamans, it's just that you can get it unlocked. And then you'll want to go for the upgrades for the grunts. Brute strength increases the attack damage and the hit points of the
Who you
grunts,
want me kill?
which is very helpful. That's unlocked at tier 2. Troll regeneration gives a pretty crazy regeneration rate
What you want
to
me
headhunters, witch doctors, and bat riders.
Why?
but it's also just worth it if you only have headhunters. And in fact, almost everybody who has headhunters in Orc wants patrol regeneration. So we'll get those at tier 2.
And this is stuff you should look at as soon as you have your tier 2 town hall.
Yep, exactly.
Get the tier 2, get your tier 2 buildings going, get your tier 2 upgrades on your units.
Yep. These symbols will stop being grayed out and will be colored in when you get them. Patrol regeneration and brute strength.
I'd clarify, Grant. Remember that for what he's telling you, you won't have to worry about the bestiary and the other thing. You just want the that tent.
Yep.
The Voodoo Lounge or whatever.
Lodge.
Spirit Lodge. Voodoo Lounge you
Spirit
want
Lodge.
as well. That's the shop. Voodoo Lounge and the Spirit Lodge are 2 different buildings. But the
Okay.
unit production, Spirit Lodge, barracks.
And because the barracks give you the melee with the grunts and the ranged with the headhunters.
Yep.
And all your caster guys, your shamans will all come out of your spirit lodge.
Spirit Launch. Do we have a general number of units we're looking for of each
It can vary.
to have
it can
an
be
effective
kind of-
army?
It can be kind of a whim. I think I usually, whenever I do any sort of like spellcasting support, I tend to have about 5 of a spellcaster.
Okay.
Although I also tend to build multiple spellcasters since I'm playing human, priests, and sorceresses at the same time. You might want 6 shamans. Bloodlust is a little costly if you're spamming the whole bunch. And then for the grunts and the headhunters, it can be kind of up to a whim. Just fill out the rest of your available supply with grunts and the headhunters as you see fit.
With the other 2 units. So basically it stems from how many shamans you're looking to have, and then you fill out the rest of your units, the melee and ranged, with however many your barracks can hold.
Yep.
Like in an even amount, is it beneficial to have more melee or more ranged, or again, is that something that depends on what your opponent has been training?
It depends on what your opponent's been training, but
Right.
I think weighing a little heavier in the ranged because your shamans are giving exclusively an attack boost instead of a defense boost. Some buffs are more defensive, while some are more attack focused. The headhunter will benefit more than the grunt will from receiving a buff. So if you want to weigh
Okay.
like just inherently towards headhunters, that's fine. Headhunters are also cheaper in terms of gold and food cost. We got a little bit of a lumber cost, but of course that's kind of insignificant. Especially once you get all the way teched up, you'll basically have no use for lumber outside of just the tiny amount spent on shamans and headhunters.
Right, which we've already gone over with the lumber costs being, like you said, insignificant compared to the lumber need as well.
Yep.
Especially once all your buildings are up to
Yep.
to the need of having gold and replenishing that.
Exactly. And then once you hit tier
Okay.
3 as well, there's one more upgrade that you can get exclusively for a headhunter. It's called the Berserker upgrade. It gives him some increased hit points, which is fine. It's very low in gold cost, pretty high in lumber cost.
What you want me to do?
The main reason that you get the Berserker upgrade is actually because it gives them
Research complete.
a spell. It transforms for a look as well into these kind of
Yeah.
more aggressive
What you
looking
want me to do?
pose. They actually look a lot more like the trolls that you'll find on the map.
What you want me go?
But
What?
what this does is it allows them to attack 50% faster, but take 40% more damage.
What you want me do?
If you don't want to use this, that's totally fine. If you want to just focus on
Yes, Lord Chief.
Heroes.
I am yours. Who you want me
just
to?
getting the upgrade for the health could be helpful if you've got the resources for it.
What you want me go?
Give them a
I
little
mean,
more
it seems like
survivability.
Who you want me to?
yeah, it seems like a quick and easy way to upgrade your units. That would
Yep.
be very beneficial. Not necessary, but if it's as simple as a click and doesn't cost that many resources, then
Might as well.
It might as well, exactly. Yes, is what I was getting at.
Yeah, the Berserk ability is fortunately one of the easier abilities to use as well. If you have any number of Berserkers selected, pressing it will cast it on all of them immediately,
Yes, a wise plan.
as opposed to when you're casting most other spells, it'll only cast it on one.
How can I help? Where you want me go?
Right, and
So
I know
that can,
you've mentioned this to me in chat before, is having your different,
Why? Yes.
setting your control to have different units, like
Oh,
your control, your control 1, 2, 3, or whatever.
Direct my blade.
To have your units almost grouped in that sense. I'm not sure, you guys called it something. I don't remember
Control
what it was,
groups.
though, but,
oh.
control groups, maybe that was it. Yeah, simple as that.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
so
you see
if
how
you
I-
have, all your headhunters control group to one hotkey,
How can I help?
you would click on that, you'd be in control of all of them, hit berserk, and it would berserk them all instantaneously, really,
Yep, just like that.
at one time. Okay.
So like if you saw when I did a little demonstration with Shaman, when I cast Purge, it only casts Purge on one. It would be quite
Yes,
obnoxious
I
if
did
you had
see
to
that.
cycle through and repeatedly cast Berserk. And I mean,
Mhm.
I don't think there's really a time where you don't want to use Berserk all at once, either.
Oh, that's it. If you have it, you might as well have it on, kind of
Yep.
thing.
Yep, use it as soon as the cooldown is done, because there's no cost to using it other than increasing the damage that they take. So really, only if they start getting attacked, save Berserk. But if they're totally safe in the backline, just pop it.
Okay.
But fortunately, this is a pretty easy build to follow. Just build grunts, headhunters, shaman.
It seems to be, and like I said, having to explain and sitting here and doing this, like it all seems pretty intuitive. But before tonight, I was directionless almost. So even having the simple direction as these 3 units, and again, it's so intuitive now that I'm thinking about it. Having a ranged, having a melee, having a spellcaster, one with auto spell as well.
Yep.
And as soon as you explain these things, it's almost like, oh, okay, but you don't know when you're coming into the game about these things.
Yep, exactly.
Hell
And
yeah.
if ever you want to spice things up, you won't be building this building for a while, but once you hit tier 3 as well, you get another unit that's pretty intuitive to use, as intuitive as the grunt, because it's just your heavy front line instead of your basic front line. You do almost the same thing. The difference between them is that the Tauren is more expensive and also has an area of effect attack that it can do.
Well done. Immediately.
Okay. What buildings does that come out of?
The Tauren Totem. This one you can ignore for a while. We can also revisit this later if you're feeling comfortable with the build that I've given you.
Well done.
Yeah, well, I'm sure we're going to be revisiting a lot of this.
Yep.
And that's going to be helpful as well. My repetition, right?
Exactly.
Learning through voice chat is a lot easier too, Grant. As opposed
Yeah,
to
no, that's kind of what I've been alluding to. Like, I'm picking up more from this whatever hour and a bit we've been on here
yeah.
than I have in,
learning.
and
Yeah.
playing a few games and just like asking questions after, and then kind of putting that into practice next time. It was almost like a trial and error sort of thing. This has been extremely helpful. So.
I am yours.
And in the meantime, since you'll be building a war mill in order to get berserkers, you'll have access to the damage and armor upgrades. You have 3 in total. You've got the ranged weapons, you've got the melee weapons, and you've got the all-unit armor upgrade. You can get those, maybe get 1 for every type. There's a total of 3 tiers to them, so if we upgrade 1, you'll get tier 2, and then you'll get tier 3. And we're tied directly to the
Right.
tier that you're on as well.
Research complete.
It is a, I think, 12.5% damage increase exactly for every single damage upgrade, and a 2 armor upgrade for every armor upgrade. Yeah, we were at 1 armor, then we went to 3. Next we should go to 5 once we're done with all of those. But you can get, like, the first and second tier The third tier is kind of expensive and takes a very long time in a normal game to train. It's kind of rare, but if the game goes on long enough...
Yes.
Yep, we're at 5. If the game goes on long enough, it can be worth to get. Just give you that little last bit of power. If you saw me
Right,
walk
because
over...
Yes.
as you're getting more powerful, your opponent is too, so it doesn't hurt to have
Yep.
stronger attacks.
Yep.
But
And if
also, it's again something you can put on the back burner while you get more pressing things taken care of.
Yep, exactly. I don't know if you saw, I also went to the shop. We've unlocked the last 2 items in the shop. The Orb of Lightning and the Tiny Great Hall. The Orb of Lightning
Okay.
is a very good item for the Blade Master. What it does is it adds some attack damage. It adds a ranged attack when you're attacking air units. So a melee hero normally can't attack air. There's only one exception in the game, and I'm not going to tell you what it is because it's too much information, I think. You would never see this in a million years.
Yes, Lord.
But the Orb of Lightning is very good for enabling air attacks. And then it also has the effect of if you start attacking something.
Excellent choice.
Here, why don't I give myself some targets to attack? There's a chance.
I am yours.
There's a slim chance. Not that slim. But what it'll do is it'll activate a purge effect on the target.
Oh,
You'll basically delete
Okay.
a summoned unit if it triggers. You'll of course dispel all effects,
task is there.
and you'll also like cripple their movement speed for a second.
Yes. Oh.
So it's just like a constantly
Oh,
like randomly proccing purge that can happen as the Blade Master's attack.
Sure, but it's not something you should count on when using Orb of Lightning. But when you get it, it's a very, very nice bonus, obviously.
Yep.
Direct
Yeah, the Blade Master is probably the hero out of the Orc army most likely to get it to effect, because he is like the king of auto attacks.
Excellent choice.
He's got the fastest attack, so that means repeat like attempts to get it to proc. I don't even know if it
Right.
can proc on your own units entirely. It might just be impossible for it to proc on your own units because it's so weird to try and like dispel them with Orb of Lightning.
Yes.
That's the only reason that you would want to get the Orb of Lightning effect is to remove negative effects.
Yes, Lord.
Use my power.
That would be like another 1 in a million case of like, I'm desperate, I need this unit to be dispelled, let's take a chance and see if I can get the Orb of Lightning to dispel the unit. On my own units.
Right.
at
If
that.
you're at that point, you're probably lost, anyways.
It be a
Yep.
pleasure.
Oh. Excellent choice.
Yep, but
All right.
Yes.
it's extra attack damage, same as like a class of attack, but it enables air attacks, which is huge for the Blade Master because that means that he can turn his ridiculous attack speed into melting air units. He is
Excellent
surprisingly a king of anti-air once he gets the Orb of
choice.
Lightning.
Are you hero and obey?
It's kind of
Okay.
crazy. It's kind of a crazy thing that I've seen, where I've seen some of the best Orc players in the world when they're playing. They will actually get the Blade Master for anti-air instead of going for other stuff.
Okay. That useful, eh? So, Blade
Yep.
Master Tier 3, Orb of Lightning, every time.
Yep.
Direct my blade.
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah,
If you're going Blade Master, your end game for him basically is to have Orb of Lightning.
Yep. Get Orb of Lightning, get lots of auto attack items. I think only 1 Gloves of Haste is really necessary. You'll want to get items that say that they give agility, which is something we'll go over later. You'll want to get, of course, like Claws of Attack gives attack. You'll want 8 Gloves of Haste because 2 don't stack that well. It's something to do with like internal world editor values, but basically the first Gloves of Haste is roughly 18% attack speed, and then the second Gloves of Haste is roughly 1% attack speed, so it's a wasted item slot
Yes. Excellent
when you could
choice.
get something better. Rings of Protection, because he's
Right.
melee, are fine. If you get something better, get something better, but Rings of Protection will do fine if you just need to fill the inventory slots.
Who be my next victim?
Right, and like we mentioned before, 6 inventory slots. You want
I am
the 3 3 items: your potion of healing, your potion of mana, your town hall scroll, which basically leaves 3 open slots for dropped items, for buff items, basically.
I would even say the Blade Master is a very good hero because he doesn't even need mana to turn into power, so you can just have like a potion of
Okay.
healing.
Which,
And then-
well, yeah, okay, and that'll leave you an extra slot for buff items and drops.
Yep. Scroll of Town Portal is something that you start the game with. I've just left it on him. It's fine to have the Scroll of Town Portal on him because it turns him invulnerable when you're casting it. Here.
Who'll be my next victim?
So like, imagine the Blade Master's low, you're getting attacked, and you're like, ooh, I need to save him because he's high level, he's gonna cost a lot, he's gonna give a lot of experience. I need to pull out of this. You can click it, click onto your town portal either here, on the map, or you can also double click and it will automatically target your highest level town hall. He turns invulnerable so he can't die during it. And then everything gets teleported out, and you can save yourself.
Okay. Which we've gone over is crucial for a lot of reasons.
Yep.
Being experience blocking, being cost of units, particularly cost of heroes when they die. You don't want to be retraining heroes.
Yep. A level 1 hero, not too bad to retrain. Some players, when they're playing the game, will actually let their like level 1 Farseer die, because it's cheaper to let him die than to use a Scroll of Town Portal.
Okay.
And Farseer also doesn't need to stay on the battlefield all that much. He is really effective at level 1. He does scale well, but he's the least scaling out of all the heroes. So I know you've decided on Orc. Orc's biggest strengths, apart from the tech up, are hero levels. Their heroes are absolutely insane as they level up, all of them. But in particular, the Blade Master, the Shadow Hunter, and the Tauren Chieftain get absolutely crazy as they level up. They can solo armies. If you ever get level 6 on the Blade Master, you basically won the game.
Okay.
Blade Storm is like actually, if you read that, it deals 140 damage per second to nearby enemy land units.
That seems high.
That is, like, stand next to a grunt for like 5 seconds, he's dead.
Okay.
Now imagine you're a Blade Master and you are charging into the middle of combat. You activate Blade Storm just in the middle of like a big blob of units. You kill like 7 units in 5 seconds.
You just shred through. Okay.
Yep.
Direct my blade.
Shadow Hunter, Healing Wave level 3 is pretty crazy. 300 damage healed, and it jumps 5 times and it slowly reduces as it's jumping around. Hex gets kind of crazy. Serpent Ward you can probably safely ignore for most cases. Serpent Ward is a ward, which means that it cannot move. It's a summon that cannot move. So it's really only good for like stationary battles and turtling.
Right.
You'll want to...
Direct my blade.
Shadow Hunter is also the same as Farseer in terms of like the spell casting that he does. He is a spellcaster, but he's more of a healer, with Healing Wave, of course. But Healing Wave level 1 is very inefficient because it only bounces 3 times and it heals not that much compared to the mana cost, which is 90. So you'll go Hex first, and then Healing Wave, Hex, Healing Wave. Level 5 is going to be the normal end level, I want to say. Level 4 to 5. Some games might be closable at like level 3, but
Will be my next victim.
But around level 4, like you hit level 4, you're approaching level 5. You should be thinking about attacking your opponent and getting to an end game.
yep. You hit level 5, you're getting close to like 50 supply. Or food. I might call it food supply. It's something from my StarCraft days. Hit 50,
Yeah.
Hit 50 food or like 49 or 48, just hit a number where you're like, okay, if I like start trading units, I'm gonna go into low upkeep. You're going to want to build a burrow. You're gonna want to bank up roughly 800 gold to I would say, maybe for you 1,000 to 1,200 gold, and then you're gonna want to spend the 800 to 1,200 gold all at once to get to level 60 supply, and then you're gonna go and close the game. So like, get your shamans out, get whatever number of shamans about, get whatever number of grunts and headhunters, get your 6 shamans, your grunts, your headhunters, hit roughly around 50 supply, like very close, like 1 unit and you're over 50. And then suddenly bank up to, say, over 1,000 gold. And then just produce like non-stop. Once you hit 60 food,
Master,
march across the map, go to the enemy, try and find the enemy on the map if you can.
My blade.
I am yours.
Something that's very good to do is if you can find where the enemy is, say like mirror image,
Yes, Lord.
send them out to the
Yes.
middle,
Oh,
send them out to some other
I
big
will
camp,
hear and obey.
try and find where the enemy is creeping, and attack him while he's in the middle of
What task
creeping.
is there?
Big surprise attack.
Yes, Lord.
Say he was
Right.
doing like this red camp, very dangerous. You don't want to be interrupted while doing it. Or the middle,
I am yours.
where the creeps are kind of crazy. I think I
am
saw you
yours.
do this once, where you went to the middle prematurely.
I did, and Snoot caught me with my pants down, and it ruined my
Yep.
whole game.
Yep.
Yeah.
You felt the effects of what happens if you're doing something really greedy and then you get caught with your pants down.
Absolutely.
Yep, that
Which is what you should be trying to do when you're ready to attack.
Excellent.
Yep.
It's better to go out and check the camps and see if you can find them creeping and start your attack there instead, as opposed to going right after their base.
Yep. And
We are
one other thing that you could consider, but I might actually say you should do, is if you're getting to the point where you want to close the game out, which it should be when you're hitting tier 3, you will have the Tiny Great Hall available. Take an expansion. Tiny Great Hall pays itself off. It's more expensive than a regular Great Hall,
Work.
but you start mining faster as well since it pops up so quickly.
Work complete.
Okay, and you would put that by an unused gold mine, right?
Yep. Ideally one that's a little closer to you than it is to your enemies. In this case, there's one like within a very close walking distance of your own base.
Move faster.
And I'm guessing a tiny Great Hall does not have all the features of
It has everything.
a main Great Hall.
It has everything.
It has everything.
Yep.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
The only reason that you wouldn't use
So
it is
you-
if you really don't have the gold for it. So if you see, it costs 600 gold to buy it.
Something need doing?
It costs 385
Well,
to
put-
build one manually, but it's about like a 130 to 120 second difference between building a tiny Great Hall and a regular Great Hall. So the
And this
uptime-
is essentially just to double your gold production. You're not going to build a whole base beside this Great Hall. You're just going to
Correct.
put it by the gold mine and get some peons to run back and forth to double your gold production.
Yep, double your gold production. When you're doubling your gold production right at the end of the game, the goal is to just constantly be pumping out units. In order
Pumping
to help
out
close the
units that are... Okay.
Yep.
Yep. Yep.
I am
I see the value in that right away. Okay.
What?
Even at the higher cost to start.
game. Yeah. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of math that can go into it. It's the same thing with humans can use multiple peasants to build a building. It costs more resources, but it builds it faster. The gold cost pays itself off in the time that it would have taken to build it regularly. So there's 120
Right.
seconds of mining. That is 1200 gold.
Yes.
You get 10 gold per second per gold mine when you are on regular upkeep. So that's 1200 gold.
What do you want?
The difference is 215, I want to say. Just like somewhere around there. So that's about 1,000 gold uptime if you do a tiny Great Hall versus a regular Great Hall. That's a lot of gold. Pays itself off.
Something need doing?
Yeah.
If you're also
And
closing
it
the game,
basically...
I can do
You
could
can just
use-
keep, yeah, like you said, pumping out units and getting them, because at this point, you're going to want to be in a battle somewhere. Hopefully, caught your opponent creeping around the middle or around the sides or whatever, and you're sending backup units to there in a constant flow.
Yep.
As well as rotating your own weaker units out, or your units that are dying. You're rotating them out as the new ones come in.
Yep.
I am yours.
Yeah,
Right.
something you
Okay.
can do is
We are eating
if your units are low and you don't want them to die, but you also don't want to send them all the way across the map because this map is a particularly long runtime between the potential sides of the bases. Like even if you were to go, say, over there, this is probably the closest one. Even that has a pretty good long runtime. You can instead like solve up a unit
What you want?
and just stick it like, let's say we're right here.
Battle
We're
somewhere,
fighting.
right?
We're fighting inside the battle. Stick them at the bottom of a ramp and let them regenerate, and then they can pull back into the battle once we're in fighting condition.
We are eating
Okay.
And of course,
Yeah.
What task is there?
As opposed to running all the way back, and then they probably won't even get back into the battle.
yep. Yep, and a lot of these rules can be followed by all the other races, which is why I've been pretty vague. Human can go footmen, riflemen, and priests.
Who you want me
That would be what I recommend for any of our human players.
doing?
And
Yes, Lord. Bring it on.
once they hit tier 3, if they hit tier 3, they might be playing a little different. They might not go for tier 3 because they might have a second base early on. Maybe I'd recommend staying with one base while you're learning the basics of a game for a majority of the game, and then only get the second base once you're like, okay, time to finish the game. I want to make sure I have the power to finish the game. Get an expansion.
Right.
That would be the only time that I say
And that's that
go-
second base, like we've said, that second base isn't really a base. It's more just for gold production.
Yeah, when we describe it, two bases, the most you'll see at the second base is a tower and maybe some food production. Especially, Orc will want a burrow in case they get harassed.
What you want?
You know,
Yes.
stick your workers into the burrow. They can't get attacked. They start fighting back.
Yep.
Something you doing?
I would shy away from building too many of these actual watchtowers.
Yes.
It's sort of a problem that gets run into with all of static defense, which is you have invested power that could have gone into another headhunter, into this unit that cannot move. Sure, they're stronger than the headhunter, but they're sitting still. It's a building.
Right.
It's
I
power.
mean, you're basically it sets you up to almost have to play a turtling strategy.
Yep.
When it's more beneficial to be out there taking the fight to them, essentially, as opposed to
Take the fight to
sitting
them,
back.
and also you give up a unit that could have been used for creeping as well. You can't use watchtowers for creeping because they're stuck in place.
They're stationary. Yeah. Okay.
Something you doing?
And then, as well as that, I think if you are nearing the end of the game, if you want to, you can just pull 5 workers off of lumber and send them to a gold mine. That'll
Right,
work.
because we've gone over a couple times how lumber, especially late game, once most things are built,
Yep, once you're
lumber becomes kind of a
What you want?
resource that isn't so
Yes.
pressing to have.
yeah, you should have like 2 peons still harvesting lumber as well at the same time. So
What you want?
any
Yeah.
like rudimentary lumber cost that you have should be able to be fulfilled by
Yes.
that, if not from the bank that you've had from harvesting all game. So let's see.
Then just a couple to replenish.
Yep.
Because at this point, you're more training units as opposed to building.
Mm-hmm.
I am yours.
Let's see. Alright, so
Yes, Lord.
I think we've got a game plan for you.
Oh,
Before I do close out
yes.
this game,
Excellent choice.
I do want to say what do we want to build for all the other races? Let's see. Human, I said footmen, riflemen, priests, and if you're going for tier 3, you can factor in knights as well. Knights come from a barracks for human. You'll be able to produce them just as easily as you can footmen. We're better than footmen in basically every way except for defending against ranged attacks specifically. And even then, instead of defending against ranged attacks, we're better at killing ranged attackers. So it's really just kind of a easier to use situation. I would take knights over footmen any day, even at the highest level. Footmen are just kind of a placeholder unit for a while. Like, you train your footmen for early game, stick with riflemen for when you're at tier 2. Maybe you don't even get to tier 3, you can stick with just producing riflemen and priests, that'll work. If you get tier 3, go with knights, riflemen, priests. For undead, I think crypt fiends are easier to work with. For the same reason that most ranged units will be easier to work with. You can only use you could use ghouls only for lumber harvesting, go with an early graveyard. Undead's gonna be just in general a lot harder for beginners to get like a very basic build because we don't have such an easy autocast. Like necromancers, I guess, but necromancers are a bad unit to produce in general. You'll probably just want to stick with crypt fiends and obsidian statues. Obsidian statues come from the slaughterhouse. Crypt fiends come from the crypt. Then for Night Elf, I don't think we have any Night Elf players in Ryu Cord who are just starting, but I anticipate we might in the future as we stick with this. Maybe somebody wants to branch out.
I mean, this is supposed to be a general guide anyway, so going over them all is not an awful thing.
Yeah. For Night Elf's a little weirder because they have an advanced ranged unit that isn't flying. It's something that none of the other races have, is like that advanced ranged unit in the form of a Dryad. But then the Dryad is just harder to use as well. I would say you can actually play a style of huntresses, and archers. Maybe this will be the case where I recommend the Priestess of the Moon, although I think you might be better off going Keeper of the Groove instead. So go Keeper of the Groove. Second hero can be Naga Sea Witch. And then just go mass huntresses, a few archers, and just be aggressive with the build. Don't even bother with tier 3, just get tier 2, get Moonglaves. I don't think there's a caster unit that's easy for them to use as well. Yeah, their caster units are very hard to use, so I would say probably skipping caster units for Night Elf will be good. And then across the board, when you're looking to close out the game, get close to 50 supply, get a bank of like 1,000 gold, mass produce out of both your buildings, just get whatever last units you need, hit 60 food, take an expansion, and then go attack. That should work for learning, even if you don't win all the time, and I can't guarantee you will win all the time, after all you're still learning the game. That will at least fulfill what you need for getting through the learning process.
It will give beginners the best chance.
Yep.
To summarize, we're looking, you get your units, you're looking up to tier 2 for most, from what I gather, but if you're going horde specifically, you want to be up towards tier 3, and you're looking to train melee units, you're looking to train ranged units, and you're looking to train one spellcaster, preferably, if possible, someone with autocast.
Yep.
Something that's a set and forget kind of style.
Yep.
And then you're looking to have an army of about 50 to 60 food with secondary gold production to keep pumping out units while you go on an end game attack.
Yep. And if you're looking to end the game as well, you might be looking to like creep a little bit. I still need to creep up my Shadow Hunter a little bit, but I would say if you're at 50 supply and you're waiting for that gold bank, you should be good enough with your hero levels if you've been creeping throughout the entire game and your army strength to go ahead and go creep a red camp either there. This one drops 2 really good items, so it's the most valuable one on the map. If that one's been taken, you can creep that one.
How can I help?
It'll drop 1 red item and I think 1 yellow item.
And again, you're looking to have your heroes about 4 or 5, level 4, level 5, at the same time as having your 50 to 60 supply and your tier 2 or 3 depending on the race.
Yep.
So level 4 to 5 heroes, 50 to 60 supply, tier 2 or 3 town hall or whatever the equivalent is for the other races should be enough to prepare you to have stand a chance in an end game scenario.
Yep, exactly.
Still can't guarantee a win, but it will give you a decent shot
Yep,
at being in the mix most games.
It'll give you a decent shot, and keeping the plan in mind will give you...
Excellent choice.
It will remove the choice paralysis that might come from playing the game.
What task is there?
Right, yeah, well, having a plan is always a great way to start something like this.
How can I help?
And that's where I found I was lost a bit first, because I lacked direction, was the main thing. Like, there's all these units and all these upgrades, and I didn't really know how to spearhead that into a cohesive army, right?
Yep.
Which I think might be a problem most beginners have.
Yep, exactly.
Yes, Lord Chief.
Which is what makes this exercise excellent. Okay.
Yes. What task is there? Yes, Lord. What task is there? Correct. Yes, Lord.
Now you've got your Blade Master at level 4 here. What was your second hero's name? What was that?
The Shadow Hunter.
The Shadow Hunter. If the Blade Master's at 4 and say your Shadow Hunter hits 3, is that almost what you're looking for, or are you looking to see both of them at least level 4?
I think 3 is good for the Shadow Hunter. Your main... something that we'll talk about in the future a lot is power spikes. Which
Right.
is like, you've got a significant increase in army power. Your power spike will be hit tier 3 and Bloodlust comes out. That's your main power spike, but for the heroes, usually level 3 is their biggest power spike because they get their second level whatever spell they're focusing
I
on.
am yours.
You know, Blade Master gets Mirror Image, Shadow Hunter gets Healing Wave,
Yes, Lord.
and then again at level 5 is another huge power spike because you get Mirror Image level 3, you get Healing Wave level 3.
What task is there? Excellent choice.
Some heroes have a huge power spike at level 6, some don't. Like Shadow Hunter. His Big Bad Voodoo spell is actually so bad that I would recommend you level up Hex to level 3 before you take Big Bad Voodoo. It turns all units except for the Shadow Hunter invulnerable, which the Shadow Hunter is one of the few heroes who cannot tank anything. So it's kind of counterintuitive of like, leave only the Shadow Hunter as a valid target.
Oh. Hey.
Direct my blade.
Master. Yes, Lord.
Use my
Oh.
Like, sure, it's kind of funny, but
What
if your
task
Shadow
is
Hunter
there?
dies, you lose the main source of healing with this army in particular.
Right.
What do you want? Hmm?
Which we've gone over for a plethora of reasons. Healing is
Oh.
crucial any way you can get it.
I am yours.
Yep.
Yes.
Basically, you need to find a way to get that any kind of healing for your army.
Yes, Lord.
Yep,
Chief.
yep. Healing, or we might more generally call stuff like healing sustain.
Use my power.
Sustain,
Okay.
sustain can be not just healing, but also like defensive buffs. Makes your army just last longer. It is the
Right.
most general. Like Ring of Protection is a source of sustain because it gives you increased armor on your Blade Master or whatever hero is wielding it. Healing Wave is also Sustain, because it lets you heal.
Yes, Lord.
Potion of Healing is Sustain because it lets you heal. Healthstone is Sustain because it gives you passive regeneration and lets you heal. Let's see, Inner Fire, which is a spell you might come across an opponent using. But it's a very easy spell to use. It gives armor that's Sustain. Spirit Link, which will come into play later, is a source of Sustain because it splits damage between units.
What task is there?
But any sort of Sustain, just to make your army last longer, is great.
What do you want? I am yours.
Okay. Another question I had, as for a beginner like me, like, what's the best way for me to go about finding matches of my skill level? Like, it's great playing with you guys on the Discord, but I'm just so far behind. I rarely get a chance to even put anything in play. Right?
Yep.
So it's like going online and finding matches. Should I be trying to wreck computers first to get these strategies not locked down before I start going into live matches?
Mr. Grubby, the man that I've quoted multiple times, has said that ideally you want to be able to take down Computer Insane before you start taking on live matches. Computer Insane is, let's see, Computer Easy will be where you start. You can run any number of games against Computer Easy. It doesn't even matter if you're winning all the time. Just as you get more and more familiar with like getting the build locked down, getting faster and faster with it, you know, creep faster.
Build controls, getting your hotkeys locked down. Yep.
And then you go to Computer Normal. Computer Normal will play a faster game. They don't spend very effectively, but they spend a lot. Which means that they won't have a good gold bank like Computer Easy will. Computer Easy can get up to like 7,000 gold, or even higher like we do, and just doesn't spend as fast. Computer Normal will try and spend, won't get above like 1,000 gold normally. Sometimes it might get a little higher as it like gets supply blocked or gets harassed a whole bunch. The AI breaks down a little bit under pressure. Computer Insane is exactly identical to Computer Normal in the ways that it actually tries to prioritize things and how it spends its money. The only difference is that it gets double gold. Every time it gets one piece of gold, it gets 2. So like if you harvest 10 gold from a gold mine, it gets 20. If it harvests 7, like we're on low upkeep, it gets 14. So it's just gonna be like
the same fight, but your opponent now has double resources.
Yep, double resources, double army power.
Which obviously gives them a slight edge over the harder computer and you yourself.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Snuit has not even beaten Computer Insane normally. He's only done it using that stupid cheese build that I showed him. That he's utterly insistent on running at all times.
Yeah. He's flexing in chat about it too, and he's cheesing it.
He's tried it on me every time. Every time I played him, he plays one normal match, and then he's like, no, 2 more. And then every time uses same thing. I've told him, I said, you have to try something different. I've seen it once.
Yeah.
I know you're gonna do it.
Once you know how to handle a cheese, it stops being a cheese.
Well, that's exactly it, right? Anything in any game, really. Like, there's workarounds to stuff like that, right? That's why it doesn't become the meta, because there's obviously some sort of stopper for it.
Yeah, I don't know how familiar you are with chess. Have you heard of Scholar's Mate from chess?
I am very familiar with chess.
Okay, so you should be familiar with Scholar's Mate. Yeah, Scholar's Mate is basically the same thing. It's a chess cheese where when somebody knows that it can happen, they won't ever let it happen. Unless they're like being very careless.
Well, that's part of learning chess, is seeing all the openings and knowing what your mid game turns into and what your opponent's trying to run. And that's in the Discord I've called when I first started playing this, I called Warcraft 3. I was like, it's like super chess on steroids, basically, right?
Yep.
Which really was a big draw to me, because those kind of games, like chess, is one of my favorite games ever. I used to play tons of it, not so much anymore, but
chess is a good one to have as a favorite.
where our enemies be
Yes,
hiding.
War Chief.
So I think we've gone over like the standard stuff that we want to do
Yes,
with
Lord.
all the builds. Nandolf was a little weird because I don't have like an exact like super easy caster to run.
Right.
Closest is probably Druid of a Talent, but even then that's still a little harder to use.
Hmm? I am yours.
Well, I think this is a good first step for a beginner's guide for sure.
Yeah, I think the only thing that I'd want to do left over now is run over some settings. And these are going to be
Yes,
settings
be
that
happy
everybody's going to
to.
want.
Be happy to.
I will point out any settings that people might want to try, but not necessarily need. So the first setting can actually be toggled right from this menu. If you notice down here, there's a couple buttons that you can press. These symbols are actually buttons, they do different things. You have ping, which will ping the map. It's only really good if you're playing a team game, because it'll ping it with your allies. You have toggle minimap terrain. I don't really see much value in toggling it off. I'm sure somebody might. The ally color mode, this is one that could be huge for people. I can't stand it, but this is something that other people may want. You can't exactly see it here, but there are modes that will switch player colors from whatever player color I could be. Unfortunately, I'm blue, so I can't show it off. So when you click it once, that will make it so that way on your minimap, your allies will be teal, and your enemies will be red, in terms of like the dots. The dots and the squares. If you press it again, this will make your color blue. It will make all your allies' colors teal on the map and in the actual game. And it will make the enemies all red on the map and in the game. So that can be very good for differentiating what units are yours and what units are not. If you ever have like the problem of you're facing a mirror matchup, Orc versus Orc, and you can't tell which ones are yours and which ones are the enemies,
Huh?
toggling that will make it so that way you will always be blue
Master.
and be marked by blue, and your enemy will always be red and marked by
Bring it
red.
on.
So if you ever
Right.
start running into that problem, you can toggle that on.
Easy enough, yeah.
This is a setting that I would never in a million years recommend somebody touch. This toggles the indicator for what difficulty and where on the map the creep camps are. If you toggle that off, where are the creep camps? You can kind of guess. Gold mine, neutral building, not those neutral buildings, but where are the green camps? Only if you like memorize each map could you even really play with this on. So you always want to just leave this off.
Yeah, you're just walking in blind at that point and stumbling across whatever you find.
Yep.
How
Yep.
can I help?
Now the last one is another thing that I actually suggest people
Yes, sir.
toggle. By default, it's toggled like this, in a very strict formation.
Excellent choice.
Now what does this do?
Yes.
I think it'll be best if I
A wise
create a
plan.
huge difference in movement speed.
Right away. I am yours.
So normally, when you have this toggled like it is, all units will try to follow the movement speed of the slowest unit in the pack.
Yes, I will hear and obey.
As you can see, the Blade Master looks a little weird because he's running in like slow motion. That's because this is toggle on.
Yes.
Now if you toggle it differently, the
Excellent
Blade Master takes the
choice.
lead because he's got the speed
I will
buff.
hear and obey. Yes,
Tauren takes the
I
lead
will
because
hear
he's
and
slightly
obey.
faster than the grunts.
Excellent choice. I will hear and obey.
Now, why do we want this different?
Use my power.
This is because
War Chief.
if you're ever trying to move from place to
What
place,
task is there?
you will usually have your heroes be
Excellent
one of the
choice.
fastest units, and you want them more than
Excellent
likely
choice.
taking damage
I will
first,
hear and obey.
because they have higher
Yes.
regeneration, they usually have higher survivability stats.
I am able to help.
The Tauren has the highest survivability stats of the group, but he does not have the highest
What
regeneration.
task is there?
So it's good if you get the first hits off on the Blade Master.
Excellent choice. Yes.
In addition, If he's faster, that means he can summon his mirror images closer up front, get the summons out earlier. As a general rule, and it becomes especially egregious if you ever have to train like a siege unit and you start grouping the siege units with other units and move commands. You can see just how slow it moves. Imagine something rolling this slowly, and everything is forced to move at speed within the control group. That would be kind of miserable to play with. So we always make sure this is toggled off so that way our units are just reaching the point that they need to faster. No lagging behind, no nothing. Everything's just moving at as fast as speed possible. So that's for the minimap things. A lot of optional features, but this is the one that I suggest everybody always wants to toggle off in order to move at their own speed. I'm sure when I watched your replays, you had it on because you just didn't know that it was something that was on.
That is absolutely correct. I had no clue.
Yep, it's something that everybody's gonna have on, and this will be something that I would say. I imagine Snuit has it still on. I imagine Argot still has it on. I imagine Mess still has it on. Foxy, do you still have it on?
No, I stopped using that quite a while ago.
Perfect. Okay.
Yeah. Once you realize it and see the difference, you're like, eps, you know.
Yeah, I can't imagine a situation really where you want that unless you are very specifically moving in a tight formation across the map stealthily, so you don't create like a long line of units. But even then, you've got units in multiple control groups. They're not all going to be moving at a uniform speed anyways. So it's got very, very limited cases where you actually want it to be in effect. So the next step, we'll go into options and we'll see what we can change it here. So I think by default, a new player will have this toggled to Reforged if they have bought the Reforged version. I have the Reforged version, so I can turn Reforged graphics on. But I would highly recommend you stick with Classic, or you go to Reforged, you go into this Reforged menu, and you can just set everything to Classic HD+. There's an issue that I have with Reforged, which is that spell effects, like say Bloodlust, will actually vanish on the unit after a while. So that glowing red hand that I give to the grunt after a few seconds, the hands will stop glowing, the unit will still be the same size, but it becomes infinitely harder to tell what is actually affected by a buff and what isn't. Same with Frost Armor, same with Roar. Rejuvenation looks really weird. There's a lot of spell effects that are really hard. And I think the worst offender for Undead in particular is that corpses don't have like the bright red blood on them, but instead kind of blend into the ground. So it becomes very hard to tell, oh, is there a corpse here for me to Rod of Necromancy or cannibalize or whatever I need to do with a corpse, because they use corpses as a mechanic. It becomes infinitely harder to tell where the corpses are and if you even have one nearby that you can use. No bueno, at least in my opinion.
No, I actually had Classic on because Foxy recommended that to me as soon as I picked up the game. And because the equipment I'm on is not that great. And she just kind of said everybody just likes the Classic. And I was like, okay.
Yeah, everybody likes the Classic. The Classic was directed by a well-respected artist from Blizzard named Samwise.
Gamgee? No, it probably wasn't. That's from Lord of the Rings.
I'm no, Samwise did there. Alright. So there's a lot of stuff you could go into with the video. I have it on windowed full screen. I think you could go full screen. I like tabbing out a lot, so I go with that. There's some settings that you can change here. Maximum FPS I have set up my own way. Sounds is all optional stuff, of course. I would probably recommend keep sound effects on because sound effects are very distinct, and once you learn the sound effects, you can use them as like a indication of stuff going on. I think even in some cases you can actually like hear sound effects outside of the fog of war, or like barely skirting on the edge of a fog of war, so you can actually like pick up something that you can't see but you can hear, which is kind of cool. And then music, you can set whatever you favor. Probably just stick with Warcraft 3 if you haven't played the other Warcraft games, but you have options for what game's music you want. Gameplay. This is where we're going to get into some very specific settings that I would recommend. You will want to have the unit life bars not on normal. Normal means that you only see the life bar if you hover over the unit or you hold Alt. Instead, you can do what I do, set it to always, so you can always see unit life bars. Or you can set it to damaged, so that way the only time that you'll see a unit's life bar is if it's damaged. Either one of those is great, because that lets you keep track of the unit's health. If you don't see a unit's health bar when you're on the damage mode, that means that it's perfectly healthy. If you do see the unit's life bar when it's on damage, that means that it's taken any amount of damage.
Right. Yeah, useful.
Yep. If you have issues with seeing which units belong to who, team colored life bars is helpful. It will switch the color of the life bar from green to the color of the unit that possesses it, or the color of the team that possesses it. So like all the life bars would turn blue for me. I don't like it because I like the green, and also I like how the green will actually change colors as units get worse and worse in life. If I see red, it immediately tells me, oh, this unit is near death. Either focus it down so I can get rid of it, or heal it up so that way it doesn't die. In both cases.
Right.
And the team colored life bars will also apply to whatever setting you've got here. So if you have it off, when they're damaged, you'll also see that gradient from green to yellow to red. If you have it on always, you'll also see the same gradient. Use special status, I would recommend stay on. Stay on. I think... yeah. Yeah, these settings should be on by default and they can stay on. These three, I think, are off by default. Show numbers for cooldowns shows you how many seconds are left for a cooldown on any ability. You'll probably want that on. There's not really a reason to have it off.
Yeah, I think I just have a almost like a clock that goes around, right?
Yep.
And
Yep. Yeah, when you have the show number for cooldown, you'll have a clock in the background, but you'll have like a number right up front.
right. It's not like a clock. It's just like it's a circle and then
Yeah.
a lined a circle of like
just like
the
Understood.
translucent blue, and then it kind of just goes back to its regular color as it goes around.
Yep.
But that'll actually show numbers. Will actually give me a countdown, which is insanely helpful.
Yep. 9, 8, 7. Shows you exactly how long you've got until you actually need to. You can recast it.
Right.
Show deny icons. This one will show an exclamation mark in game, colored by the color of the unit who killed something. That's a little hard to explain, but basically what it would do is, let's say I were to kill an enemy's unit with that setting on. It would show a little blue exclamation mark saying the player who killed this unit was a player who was using the blue color.
Who be my next big dab?
It's an immediate transfer of information, but it mostly comes into play as you start getting into the territory of denying stuff. So like, say, this grunt is really low, and you want to kill it because it can't get out of combat, so you can deny the experience that an enemy might get for killing it. You attack it, but then, say, a Headhunter Spirit hits it at the same time. Now how do you know who actually got it?
Right. Okay.
That's what the deny will do. It'll tell you exactly who actually killed it.
And that way you know if your opponent got the experience or you managed to deny it.
Yep.
Right?
Yep. Not something that'll be
I mean-
immediately helpful, but it's something that can be just left on so long as it's not too distracting.
That's what I was just thinking. Like, it might as well be on because, you know, you're going to get to a point in the game anyways where you're doing that if you play long enough, right? And put the time in.
Yep.
That it might as well just be on and set it and forget it again.
Now this is one huge one, and I think our good friend Snuet could benefit greatly from this, is the gold mine unit counter. This shows...
I seen that on you while you were doing it, actually. I was going to ask you because it shows the 5 out of 5 at the bottom of your gold mine.
Yep, it is...
Is that what that is? Okay.
That's exactly what it is.
Hell yeah.
Snuet has
I was
gotten up
wondering
to 11 units in the gold mine, and I
That's too many units.
Way too many. 6 too many. And it's really obvious when you have this on and you're watching a replay or you're like spectating a game and you're like, oh, 11 out of 5. I really wish you had this on.
Yeah, he told me to put that on like literally after watching my replays.
Yep. This is one of the biggest changes that they made. This is a very recent change, in fact. The show deny icon and the gold mine unit counter icon came about in last November. So for roughly 22-ish years, people had to do the math themselves. They didn't know if they got the deny without like being able to figure out, oh, how much experience did the enemy get, and they wouldn't be able to know if they got the kill instead of letting an enemy deny it unless they saw like their experience go up. And just the same, gold mine unit counter, you just had to get a feeling for, okay, this is either too fast or too slow, or there's units getting stuck outside for figuring out how many units are in a gold mine.
Us new guys got it way too easy, you're telling me.
Yeah, oh well, even us had it way too easy. This used to not be a feature for the good start of the game. You are stuck on normal. Always on normal. So you would always have to hold Alt in the middle of combat in order to do stuff. Now, craziest story that I've heard about this is that this actually led to the loss of a game by accident. Because there's a keybind that is Q on one of the heroes in order to summon a unit. And if you're holding Alt, you can't cast it. But what happens if you press Alt and then Q, and then you see you don't cast it, so you can press Q again? You accidentally close the game.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, that's not very good.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. Like, this is super zoomed in right now. This is the maximum zoom for, like, the start of a game as well. For a very long time, this was the maximum zoom. Now, imagine not just that, but you're also on the good old CRT monitors, where you don't have as wide of a screen, no widescreen at all. The game seemed like pretty miserable to play when it first came out.
Yeah, well.
At least in terms of like quality of life stuff.
I remember those.
Yep.
Well, that's where trial and error and growing a game for 20-something years really comes into play.
Yep.
I remember those 23 years ago.
All right.
And then
So-
I got sick of the game, and then I was like, damn, it's hurting my eyes. I'm gonna go play World of Warcraft.
So the last few settings that we've got show command button hotkey. This will be really helpful for learning hotkeys. You see how I've got a letter for each hotkey that I have? Tells me exactly what it does. One glance, and I know to press X for mirror image.
Who do I
Know to press Z for healing wave. Know to press R for
It be
attack.
a pleasure.
My hotkeys are different, but it will always show what the hotkey is currently bound to, which is
Right.
Yes, Lord.
huge for learning the hotkeys. Eventually, it'll become second nature,
Are you hero
and then it becomes huge again if you start learning custom games separate in the future, because it'll show you custom hotkeys as well. Whatever the hotkey is, it'll show you it.
Awesome. No, that's very helpful, even for me when I'm playing.
Yep.
And I'm kind of starting to catch on, especially because I'm using the same units and building the same things, right?
Yeah. My hotkeys are different than yours, more than likely. I have a special
Yeah.
hotkey set up, but that's actually something we'll go over in a moment. Show time elapsed. No reason not to have this on, because it shows you how long time has elapsed. It's a little hard to see on like some parts of the map, but you can see right in the top. We've been in this one match for 2 hours.
Yeah.
And then we also have show FPS. This will show your frames per second. We have show ping, shows your ping. If you care about the stats, you can definitely go with those. Usually I'm not checking the stats too often, so I don't leave those on. My FPS
I barely know what
fine.
that stuff means, so.
Yeah, FPS is frames per second.
I know I knew what that notation meant, but I honestly I still don't know what it means. I know it means frames per second. I don't know what that is.
Frames per second is just kind of like the smoothness of the animations.
Right.
When you're at 60 FPS, I'm trying to think of a way to describe it. What if I instead to cap the maximum at 20? Oh boy. I don't know how well that communicates, but everything just looks a little like choppy. Choppiness is the best way I can describe it.
Yeah, that's how I always play.
It might be a little hard to. It might be a little hard to show it on this game specifically.
I can definitely see the difference.
Yeah, I can see the difference.
I don't know if through a stream as well, if that can.
Yeah, I can see it. I can see it through the stream.
Okay.
It's there. It's there.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, that's basically what FPS is, and then ping is how long it takes for your computer to communicate with either a server or another computer.
So you want the ping as low as possible.
Yep, my ping is probably not going to change because I'm not even connected to a server properly right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's measured in milliseconds. But since I'm in single player, there's no server to communicate all my actions with. If you start getting a really bad ping, then that means that actions are going to take longer to communicate on the server side. It'll take longer to like check, oh, you press this key, so do this in game. It's there if you want it. And then showing actions per minute is also something that's optional. You probably don't need to care too much about how many actions you're taking per minute. It kind of sits at like 50. It doesn't get much lower than 50, I think, in measurement. But that's an average of how many actions you're taking. I don't know. You probably don't need to worry about it too much for a while. You could just leave it on if you wanted to.
I'd say not.
But definitely, out of the 4 like information at the top, you want show time elapsed. That's the biggest one.
Yeah, I can see that, especially when you're learning too. You can almost see see what kind of time you're cutting off as you play more games.
Yep.
Like, hey, it took me 4 to 5 minutes to get started and get rolling and get to this point, and then 10 games down the road, hey, now I'm doing it in 2 minutes.
Yep. One of the hugest benchmarks for you is probably going to be the timing that you get to tier 2, and then the timing that you get to Bloodlust after tier 3. Because Bloodlust is going to be...
seeing time elapse will obviously help cut that down.
Yep, you can find where inefficiencies are. You can also watch the replay and see, like, oh, I spent a lot of time here doing stuff that was honestly kind of slow. Say, like, your creep route isn't inefficient. Like, if I went here, then here, like, cut across here, then I creep up here, and then I come all the way back because I didn't stop at the Voodoo Lounge, whereas if I just crept the middle and then went here, I could have stopped at the Voodoo Lounge, picked up my stuff. Lots of efficiencies that you can try and pick up as you're playing the game. Let's see. Game behavior. This one is a little more specific. Some of this you can't change. I would say probably leave reduced violence off, because sometimes the violence might be necessary, as weird as it is to say.
Oh,
Tells you effectively
excellent choice.
if the unit's died
Yes, my
with a lot more
power.
gore.
I am yours. Use my power.
Profanity filter you can probably leave on or off however you please. I leave it off because why not? We're all well mannered in
Well,
Warcraft 3 compared to
as you can tell from me and Grant, we're not well mannered at all. So
Yeah. No, sir. No, sir.
Yeah, there's only two options but you can really change. Fate occluding objects is
Direct me.
let's see if I can even
Right
show it
away.
off. There, like that. That's what fate occluding objects would do. Makes the trees transparent when there's an item or a unit behind them.
Right away.
Same with other props, I think.
For the
Depending on the
Horde.
building, it might also do it. If I can even, like,
Understood.
get into a position. No, it doesn't look like it'll do it for buildings. I mean, buildings are a little hard to hide stuff. They're not that tall for the most part.
Yes, War Chief.
But a fate occluding object can be useful if you want to get used to it. You know, it'll fade out trees if you've got workers stuck behind them, like if you're harvesting lumber and you want to see your workers. It's useful. I don't leave it on.
Yeah, absolutely. You're not going to lose units, especially when traveling and shit like that, right?
Yep.
But I mean, if you got everything control group properly, that shouldn't be too much of a problem. But
Yep.
I'm not going to have everything control group properly to start.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess we could go over like fundamentals of control groups, and then that can be where we wrap things up once we're done with the settings. Let's see. Use skins. You can leave that on or off. Skins are special things that you can apply to your heroes. I don't have any skins turned on,
What task is there?
but
Are you
there's
here
a skin,
with
for
me?
instance, where you can turn your Blade Master's skin red
Excellent
and
choice.
give him a new
Yes.
sword, or you can give him an axe instead. Give him
Yes, excellent choice.
different
Are you
looks
hero and
for
obey
heroes.
my
Yeah, just the aesthetic stuff.
Yep. Yeah.
Doesn't
again,
really matter for gameplay.
the only difference that it'll make for gameplay is if you see a skin that you're not familiar with and you just don't know what the hero is. You can click on it and it'll tell you exactly what the hero actually is. But there are some
Right.
heroes that look drastically different with skins. I think probably the biggest one is the Archmage. Has a skin that dismounts him and turns him into Jaina Proudmoore, who is not an old man on a horse, but a young sorceress on foot.
Okay.
And then there's also the Dark Ranger, has a skin that turns her from a Dark Ranger to just a Ranger. She's the only one who looks like it in both cases. Jaina looks very different, and Sylvanas, the regular Ranger, looks very distinct from all other heroes, but if you've never seen them before, you might not know who they are. Classic Cursor, I think, only applies to Reforged. It'll change the cursor from what I've got right now. Or it'll change the cursor from the Reforged version of the cursor to what I've got right now. Snap camera to worker and double click, I think that's just on by default. Old terrain, that's for Reforged. Let's see. Replays. Automatically save replays, I would suggest you turn that on when you're outside of the game. That will save every single game that you play in multiplayer. It might even save single player. No, it looks like it saves replays for custom and matchmaker games, so that's only for multiplayer games. But it'll save a replay of any multiplayer game that you play. Very useful so that you don't have to like manually save a replays and you can just pull them up later. In-game opponent, in-game team, and in-game observer chat, you will want these all on. In-game opponent chat, if an opponent says anything to you, you won't see it if it's turned off. In-game team chat, if a team says anything to you, you won't see it if it's turned off. In-game observer chat, this one's a little more specific, but if there's referees in a game that's being observed, you won't be able to see their messages if there are referees unless you have this turned on. It'll be useful for us if we're doing a lot of observed matches.
Yeah, yeah. You guys tend to like to watch our games live when you can,
Yep. Yeah, the
and to be
biggest
able
one,
to communicate is.
the biggest one and the most annoying one is that this is actually turned off by default very recently. You used to not be able to turn off
Oh,
the in-game chats. But as of
okay.
November, this is actually off by default because Blizzard felt like they didn't want to moderate the game. Cost too much money, I guess, for an old game. So they just made it so people can't complain if they don't know that this setting is off. They can't complain if people are being mean. But yeah, if this can be turned on and off in the middle of a game. Say somebody, like if you're playing on ladder, I would probably suggest if you want to play on ladder, try out W3 champions because we have active moderation, and also players that are usually playing a little more mainstream builds. You won't get like too many weird like tower building stuff. If you've ever watched any of Foxy's replays from Battle.net, you'll see just some of the weirdest stuff, like the Great Wall of Farms, or oh, what are some other weird ones?
Oh, I get all the interesting stuff. I attract the weird. I don't know. It's like a magnetic weird.
It's mostly a Battle.net thing. Battle.net has lots of weird players compared to Warcraft 3 champions. I mean, you're playing casually if you're playing Battle.net. Most of the time, once you start taking the game seriously, you move to Warcraft 3 champions. Because that's where all the serious people have already gone. Because they're tired of Battle.net and its problems. There's quite a few problems with Battle.net. Like, bad disconnects, weird ping issues, no ping equalizer. And then, of course, a very, very inactive moderation means that it's very hostile to people who start streaming. There's been some pretty nasty stuff that's happened to some of the streamers who tried picking up the game when they were playing on Battle.net. Like, somebody recognized them and said, "Hey, you're a popular streamer, let me start building, like, racist stuff out of my farms."
Right.
Whereas,
Right.
if you go to W3 Champions, that's a bannable offense. If you go to Battle.net, it's a bannable offense, but there's nobody there to ban you for it.
Yeah, nobody's really policing this stuff
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
it's the open internet and it gets wild.
Yeah, it's worse if you were to go to StarCraft 2. StarCraft 2 has like a global chat that people actually use.
Oh,
And
jeez.
it's pretty horrible. There is a global chat here, but nobody's using it. Let's see. Input, I don't think there's much. Okay. So this will be useful if you have multiple monitors. Confining the mouse cursor will keep the mouse cursor from leaving the game when you're in game. So like if you were to try to move to, say, you've got the game on the left monitor with something else on the right monitor. If you have this on, you won't be able to move to the right. If you have it off, you will be able to move to the right. It's all a matter of how many monitors you've got.
I mean, you could hardly call the equipment I'm on one monitor. It barely makes the cut as a computer.
It's almost as old as he is.
Okay. Now, let's see. Yeah, there it is. Alt QQ quits the game. Back in the old days when everybody had to... Back in the old days when people had to hold down Alt to see health bars. But, I don't think I
That seems like a pretty big oversight.
Yep, nobody has to hold Alt anymore. I don't think very many people press Alt throughout the course of the game. But once we get into like the key commands, I think I can't change too many mid-game. Where is it? I have my key commands set up to grid, which maps everything to QWER ASDF and ZXCV, it maps it accordingly. So like, if you draw like a box in your mind over QWERFVCXZA, everything contained with that box matches what's contained within the command box. So since R is in the top right of that imaginary box, and attack is in the top right of that imaginary box,
Yes.
attack will always be on R.
Direct my blade. We be
So abilities
done.
and the like are
Who be
dependent
my
on
next
the position in the
hero?
command card for me,
Where
rather
you want me
than
go?
individual hotkeys.
Who you want me kill?
Individual. Okay.
Yeah.
I just seen that. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yep.
That
it's
is. Yeah.
very,
Yeah.
very, very helpful. For people
Yeah.
who have grown up with using A as attack
As attack.
for a very, very long
Me?
time, it'll be hard to adjust. But
But yeah, I could see the usefulness in making that adjustment because then every unit is almost the same buttons to do the same things on all of them, right?
same buttons for same things for like all the movement commands, and then
Movement.
you can
Yeah.
anticipate the spells are going to be on Z, X, C, and D.
Yes, War Chief.
And if you
Oh,
get familiar with it, you know where the button is. It'll be a lot easier to memorize the hotkeys as well. So you just like know, oh, X on Shadowhunter is Hex, or Z on Shadowhunter is Killing Wave, and X on Blade Master is always Mirror Image.
Right.
And then the other
Instead of instead of the default for all of it is all different keys for every spell or something, right? Like.
Yep. Each spell has its own key. Like I think Mirror Image is either I or R or M.
Yeah.
The most egregious one I think in the entire game
yes.
is the peon building the burrow.
Is O.
It's O. Yeah.
Yeah, it's O. I know that because I'm always looking down like, oh, Burrow's O. Yeah, that's weird.
What do you want?
Yep.
I can do that.
Yeah.
I don't know why they didn't just make it B. I don't think there's any. No, B is barracks. That's
He
why.
is Barrack. Yeah.
But yeah, now A is just burrow. And they also set it up in a way where the keybinds are kind of uniform across the races as well, which is super helpful. Your food production will always be on A, because
Yeah.
the farm will always be there, the moon will always be there, Ziggurat will always be there, burrow will be there. Whatever your basic production building is will always be on W. Your town, maybe I'm thinking there might be an exception. No, I think Haunted Gold Mine for the undead is R for me. So it'll always be W for basic production. Then you can anticipate D, F, and Z will always be advanced structures. S will always be your altar. X will always be your shop. Q will always be Great Hall. E is the one that might be a little weird, but that's usually your lumber gathering and upgrade building. The only one that'll be weird about that is human, because we have 2 instead of 1. We have a blacksmith and a lumber mill.
Yes. I can do that.
But I'm sure I probably just know the
Be happy
keybind.
to. What do you want?
Yeah.
And
Well,
like motor functions rather than actual functions.
that's part of getting to know it and what makes binding to the command card easier than using the default hotkey bindings.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is the fact that everything's uniform. You'll learn what everything is a lot quicker.
Yeah, the only case that's really weird, and this goes into like map editor data, is you see the Demolisher is set to Q as well as the Grunt. This is actually extremely old artifact of some laziness on the part of the devs of the game. When they set up where the keys show up in a unit or in a building, they map it to a specific coordinate within this command card. Now, why is the Demolisher here, but also have Q? That's because it's actually mapped to the same coordinate as the Grunt. And by default, the Grunt actually pushes it out. And it doesn't want to occupy the same space as the Berserker, because the Berserker is specifically mapped here. So it tries to map here. It fails because the Grunt is already there. It tries to map here. It fails because the Berserker is set there. So then it maps here. So the keybind is actually E, but it looks to be Q. It gets worse if you ever go to a mercenary camp.
I am yours. How can I help?
We'll go take a quick gander down here.
What task is there? Yes, Lord. Where you want me go?
We got really lazy with mapping
Excellent choice.
where the icons
Hey, I am
within
yours.
the mercenary camps are supposed to show up.
Yes, Lord. Yes. What task is there?
Alright, one of many initial camps, the Goblin Laboratory is certainly an interesting one. Rather than offering combat units for the most part, it offers you really interesting support units. Now we won't go over all of them, but I just wanted to like show off, see how they're all Q. Now their actual keybinds is QWER, but that's because everything just got mapped to the top right corner. And it just so happened that it lined up in this way. And the dev said, you know what, we're not going to bother fixing it, we'll just leave it as it is.
Excellent choice.
That's crazy.
Bring it on.
Who be
That guy can't even be a hard fix, can it?
I will hear and obey.
It is a very easy fix.
direct my
You change
Yeah.
you change one value for each unit. That is it.
Yes. Oh my god, that's funny.
Can I help?
But we joke that the game is maintained by the one intern in a closet at Blizzard.
Yeah.
Everybody is focused on Diablo and mostly World of Warcraft and maybe Overwatch 2 at this point, since Overwatch 1 is dead.
move faster.
But yeah,
Yes, Lord.
Where are enemies be
this game is actually more alive than StarCraft 2 at least. There's a lot more recognition for it somehow,
fast.
and from Blizzard specifically, because Blizzard is the one updating this. They handed StarCraft 2 over to an invisible, unknowable balance council composed of prominent figures in the scene. So at least this gets some love from Blizzard as opposed to some of their other stuff.
Right.
Oh no.
But that should be
I am yours.
all the settings we want
Oh,
shown off. I would definitely recommend the grid if you want to learn that. You could also do your own custom hotkeys. There's a really interesting hotkey setup that was offered to some of the participants of a special streamer invitational tournament that Mr. Grubby held, where it binds everything in a way
something
where
you're doing.
all spells are bound to 2 Q, W, E, and R. All production is bound to Q, W, E, and R. Attack
Direct
is
my
assigned
blade.
to A still. It basically
Give me a
is
pleasure.
grid, but it somehow swaps where the actual icons are within the grid. So like the icons down here go up here, the attack goes here, everything just kind of flip-flops around.
Yum.
I've learned this already, so trying to
Right.
relearn a new grid setup will probably
Yes, Lord.
fry my brain. But it is an option if you wanted me to go find it for anybody.
I'm
Might
just
be-
looking at my keyboard right now. I really like your grid setup, actually.
Yeah, the grid is
Like that's-
one of the default options as well, so it's really easy to just like click, click, you're on grid.
Well, yeah, the buttons follow the grid, right?
Yep. Yeah, I more mean that you don't have to rebind every single individual key, and instead you just go options, hotkeys, and when you're out of the game, there's like a grid option somewhere in here.
Right.
Very easy to set to.
Where are enemies?
And then the last thing grid will do as
Give me a
well
pleasure.
is it also rebinds the item hotkeys. Now the item hotkeys are one of the most egregious things left over from the old days. Let me hover over them so you see what the actual hotkeys are. Numpad 7, Numpad 4, Numpad 5, and Numpad 1. That is what they are set to by default, and they are still set to that, I think. Yep. So you can use numlock for the number P's number keys if you really want to.
Castingo man.
The alternative is instead, grid will set them up so that way they fall just out of the grid. So, my healing solve right now would normally be numpad 7, and I can still use it like that. But what I actually use for the healing solve is T.
Yeah, man.
So it still kind of follows like a grid pattern. T,
Yeah.
G, B, Y, H, and N. And you can freely arrange like your usables and your passives however you want in order to go to like keybinds you like. The one I really like is actually leaving a survivability item on T. That's like my panic
I
button.
am yours.
I'll put like a Scroll of Town Portal, I'll put healing potions. Healthstone is a consumable that can consume for a huge amount of health. There's some invulnerability potions you can get. Anything that'll make you survive will go to T. I can't use push with healing without
Direct my blade.
harming myself,
Hurting.
but
Yeah.
I am yours.
G will usually
No, this
be...
is good, especially like for someone who's just starting.
Victim.
To change these hotkeys and learn this way is probably going to be the thing to do instead of learning what those are just to change up what I'm doing later.
Yep.
Right? So this is something I want to do right away and learn to play this way instead of learning a different way and then trying to change it and course correct later.
And this will lead into how I set up control groups as well. This is how I recommend, since the keys are so close to like the majority of the grid for the items, I would suggest trying this out and see how it feels.
Direct my
Survivability on T, and then you can have whatever other active items you want on G and B. I usually leave like a second survivability item if I have it on G. One that's not so like panic, because healing solve takes a little more coordination to use, but it's still important to be able to use it quickly.
Next victim.
And then something that's really premediated, like the Scroll of the Beast, which is like, okay, I need to save this for the exact moment that I want to use it because it's a huge effect. 25% bonus damage on everything around the hero that uses it for 45 seconds is huge. That's like a game-winning move if you can use it at the right time. This is something that I got from a red camp, by the way, so I think I got it from right here in the middle, which is why we go for the red camps. You get an aura item, you get Scroll of the Beast. I think the aura items might come from the yellow camps on this map in particular, but this map's a little weird with the creep scaling. But you get something like this that's a game-winning or item that you really need to be meticulous with using. You put it in B, so you can't misclick it too often.
Right.
Hopefully. Maybe you misclick B more than you do G, and so you can like flip the order. But
It'd be a pleasure.
me myself, I will assign it to B.
Castingo man.
So
Because that's the one you're least likely to misclick.
Yep. I am almost never using the V key, so that means that I can't ever reach my finger over too far to reach the B key either. A V is your ultimate. I'm not really hitting the ultimate too much in cases where I
Who do I
really need to save an item.
Oh, excellent choice. Yes. Are you hero and obey? Yes,
So,
Lord.
that is all for the
Excellent
items.
choice.
Who do I kill first?
If you have multiple active items, of course you can start moving into like Y, H, and N. I don't foresee having too many consumables of multiple types. It is possible,
Be a pleasure.
but I tend to like to use Y as well, because Y is also a premediated one, and it's one that I'm very likely to actually use if I get to 4 consumables, but
What task is
I would say
there?
probably
Use my
stay low with the consumables, stay on free so you don't overwhelm yourself with too many consumables that you're constantly using.
Right.
Oh,
Alright.
yes,
So that's
Lord.
for the hotkeys for items. Now the last little bit that we're gonna do here
Yes,
is how I like to set up my hero
direct
and unit hotkeys for control groups. So I have my hotkeys already set up, but I'll just go over what I've done with them. I think this is the only ones there.
What task is there? Are you
So-
hero and obey?
First of all, to set a control group, you'll want to select the units that you want in the group,
Yes, Lord.
like so, and then press Control, and then the number you want to assign it to. For me, I'm going to assign this group to Control 1,
I am yours.
which means that if I deselect them, I can press 1,
Yes, Lord.
and they fill my hotbar.
And that's your main group, basically, that you're spearheading most of your attacks with.
Yep, this is my melee group.
Yes.
This is units
Your
that I will
melee
not.
group.
Yep, this is units that I will not be focusing down on single units with. They're going to be there to be in the way. They're not for the core of damage. Torrents can kind of become the core of damage with proper upgrades, with Pulverize, and I think Bloodlust Torrents is a future build that you could end up running, but that requires a lot more tech buildings, so we'll hold off on that for now. But for the most part, my melee units
Yes.
just go to Control Group 1, so I can just attack, move, and they just engage whatever they need to, whatever is in the front, and then they take the engagement of whatever is in front as well. Keeps the backline safe.
Yes, War Chief.
Control Group 2. This is the Focus Fire group. All ranged units, if I had, say, whatever flyers I want, as well, since they're all almost always ranged. If they are mostly used for air to ground, I will assign them to Group 2 because they are focus firing as well. Additionally, ranged heroes go into this group. They will always appear up front, so you can very easily select a Group 2 and just have your heroes' spells at the forefront. Ranged units usually won't have active abilities too often. I think the only one that you usually are wanting to use active abilities of is with Berserker, but they will always appear like right next to your hero, so you can quickly cycle through. And I'm cycling through them with the keybind tab. That's something very helpful if you start moving into multiple units in a group that you need to use spells for, but we can revisit that later. For now, it should be sufficient to press 1 and have all your whatever melee hero you've got, whether it be Tauren Chieftain or Blade Master, at the ready. Group 2, you will have your Healing Wave, you'll have your Hex. And then Group 3 is my spellcasting group.
Right away.
So that way, I can assign whatever spellcasters I have. If I had more spellcasters, I would put them in the same group. I usually don't go over 12, which is the limit for selection in terms of spellcasters. I think it's at most 10 spellcasters, and that's when I'm playing human.
Yes, War Chief.
But free, and then you've got your spells.
Right away.
And should that be a general rule? Like, say you're melee, you don't want over 12 melee, because then you're looking at a second control group just for melee, right? You want to be able to move your army efficiently enough that you can just hit one key move, one key move, one key move, and then your whole army's on the move, basically.
Yep. One, and then give them all the move commands. Like that.
Okay.
I am yours.
Right.
And the more you do it, the more you'll be able to flick through them.
What task is there?
Fast and efficient, and
Yes, Lord. Use my
Yep.
Master.
but being able to move all your melee move units at once and all your ranged units at once.
Yep. Yeah, when you, as you can see, I've hit 60 supply, and
Yes.
Lord. What you want?
I still have room for more units. And this is going to be like roughly around the end game supply is between 60 and 70. You won't even have enough units to fill up a single control group.
To fill up
Unless
a
you
control
are-
group.
Yeah, unless you are like massing grunts for whatever reason. You might get so many that you fill up one control group.
Okay, I have a question about summons, because when I bring a summon in, it doesn't automatically assign to a control group. Is it worth assigning them to a control group, or just
Perfect question.
micro them individually?
I was just going to add that there's a second command to add units to groups.
Hey,
And if you notice, I left this grunt out, and that was on purpose.
Okay.
Say that I have my group of 5 melee units,
Yes.
and then I train
Yep.
an extra grunt. He's, dawdling along, following my hero wherever they go. But you notice, oh, he's acting a little strange because he's specifically focusing on following my hero, and he's not in the selection group. Whenever you get like a new unit rallied into a hero,
What you want?
or say like you get some summons,
What task is
and they're of a particular type, you, I think, only have melee summons to group. So
Yep.
what you'll want to do is you can select any number of units that you want to add, hold shift, press 1, and they're suddenly part of a group.
Direct my blade.
Yes, Lord.
Now, you'll have,
Okay.
now the biggest thing is that you'll have to do this
Yes, Lord.
every time you summon summons.
Every time you summon, but with a quick enough command like that.
Yep, just
Select
shift.
the unit, shift 1, and then they'll move with the group.
Yep. I think
Direct
the part that holds people up the most is actually trying to remove units from groups. That one is not so easy. You'll have to get the group that you want. Say like, I want to split one of my mirror images off. I hold shift, click on the mirror image that I want sent away, and then press Control and 1. That overrides the group, so that way
will be my next big day.
the mirror image isn't part of my selection.
I am yours. Hey, yes, Lord.
But shift first, then select the unit, control whatever the grouping is.
Oh,
Okay.
what task is there? What task is there?
Cool. Alright.
Yeah, if you have unit selected and you want to deselect anything, you press shift and then click on it.
I hear and obey.
It will deselect from a current selection, but it will not be removed from a group. It'll only be when you press Control 1
I am yours. Yes, Lord. Oh,
that you can deselect it
I hear
and remove it from the
Will
group.
be my next.
If you want to think about it in any sort of way, Control plus number is the command to override the group. Shift plus number is the command to add to the group.
Yes,
Right.
So if I want to re-add the grunt, I could also click
Master,
shift and then click on it, and just press shift 1.
I am yours.
Where are enemies
Yes,
behind?
Lord.
If I
What task
instead
is
have
there?
like a straggler, I can also just select him, press shift and 1,
I am
it also
yours.
adds him.
I
Doesn't matter
hear
how many
and
units you
obey.
have selected.
Oh,
Everything will be attempted to add if it's already in the group. It doesn't really
Yes,
matter
Lord.
much.
Direct my
Right.
what task is there? I help?
Okay.
Yes,
Yep.
Lord.
Well, yeah, that's seems to be the most efficient ways to use control groups, which was another spot I was hung up on. Like, I was making groups, but again, they had no direction, and it was... I mean, I tried to make these melee groups, but again, my army wasn't, my army had no direction, so I had way too many melee units for one group, right? And
Mm-hmm.
it just was it was a problem for me, but now
direct
that makes it easier just with, having a solid direction to go with a basic beginner army.
Yes, Lord.
Already makes control groups more intuitive.
Yep, so 1, 2, and 3 I use for combat units. On rare occasions, I might get so many units, but I have to get a 4th control group for units. But usually what I do is assign control group 4 to my production buildings. In this case, I have been using the barracks and the spirit lodge, so that's what's in my production queue. I could add whatever other production buildings I need. If I want to stop using a building because the units are bad for whatever I'm facing, say like, I'm trying to think what would actually make these guys bad. Mass destroyers, that's what would make them bad. Say if I started facing mass destroyers. These guys have a magic attack type, they can't attack the destroyer. These guys are melee, they can't attack the destroyer. So, using a Torrent Totem, they aren't going to be able to help that much. So, and then control group 5 will be in my main town hall. This is so that way I can keep track of the timer. If you've ever seen like anything in production, it's got a timer on it. That's a very, very, very new feature, like new this year. You guys are so spoiled.
Yeah.
But you can,
Yeah, it seems to be that way.
yep, you can press 5, and then it will, of course, select just the Great Hall, which will show you how much time you've got left in production, how much
So you
time
can
you've got
control
left.
group buildings too, is what you're telling me.
Yep, that's what I've got. How do you think I'm clicking on? How do you think I'm selecting them without?
Yeah, clicking and yeah. See, that I didn't even know. So if you're looking to move your rally point,
Yep.
you can literally do that while
Press
you're out
4.
on the fly.
You could even be at base, like
I am yours.
Your activity is hiding.
say you're at base, just taking a look at things. You know, turn back to base. Your units are moving to the next creep camp.
What do you want?
Go and build like a burrow, build whatever, and then you press 4. You macro. You can right click.
Yes, Lord.
Rally point is set to the Blade Master now.
Amazing.
What task is
Yep.
there? Yes, Lord.
Yep, control grouping your buildings is huge for being able to macro when you're, like, say, the whole point of getting the second gold mine is so that way
What task
you can
is
focus
there?
on the fight,
Yes, Lord Chief.
and then you can select your buildings and just queue up a whole bunch of units.
I am
Keep
yours.
fighting, select your buildings, and say, hey, maybe I need to queue up more units.
Yes,
Keep
Lord.
fighting, and you never have to take your eyes off of fighting, and you're just producing units as they're lost, you know?
Are there enemies above? I am
Right.
Direct my blade.
And then you also asked how to center on home so frequently.
Yeah, how to jump from home to your hero and from your hero to home.
Yep.
What task is there? I am yours.
So this should be pretty easy. Say I want to turn back to home. I can select any of my buildings, maybe my fortress. Double click control group 5, or whatever control group you have a building in, and it will center it
Yep.
on your camera. Since barracks is the first in my group, it'll center on the barracks. Can center on my altar.
What task is there?
This will center on my Blade Master for double press 1.
Who'll be my next victim?
So basically, it's control and then double press what you're trying to jump to.
Yeah, not control, just the number. So like
Just double press the number.
Yep.
So
whatever.
I have my hero and my melee set to control group 1.
I am yours.
They're out fighting. I'm at home. If I just hit 1-1, it'll jump to that control group.
Yes, Lord.
Shit. Okay.
Oh,
Wow.
yes,
There's
Lord.
also other ways to jump to home beyond just
I am yours.
Control group.
the backspace key, which is a pretty odd key, will also immediately center on your highest level town hall.
Okay, that's
you've got-
easy actually.
Yeah, if you've got it bound to something, it's a little bit of depreciated key, but say you want to fill something in control group 5 once you're done like working with your town hall, you can still leave it on backspace and it'll be able to center like that. The other thing that can happen,
Yes.
Uh,
What task is there? Yes, Lord.
if you're curious how I centered on the burrow,
I am yours.
the space key is best described as centers on the last transmission in the queue of transmissions.
So is
what
that the last building you took an action from?
Who'll be my next
No,
victim?
transmission is have you seen like whenever you get like a green circle on the map and it says work complete, or
Yes.
we're under attack and there's a red circle. That is a transmission. Whenever the narrator starts like yelling at you saying, "Hey, you're in trouble," or "You've just finished something," space
Right.
will focus on that transmission. So the last thing that was transmitted to me was work was complete on the burrow.
Yes.
Then the next would be, I think I produced something from here. I'm trying to remember. A wyvern. I produced a wyvern from here. Then I fought here. Then I produced the demolisher.
Yes, Lord.
So there's a pretty long queue.
And it just keeps going back through the queue of your transmissions
Something
Yep,
doing?
yep.
as
Yeah,
you
but-
hit space.
there's a-
Okay.
There's a limit on the number of transmissions in queue. I think it's 6 in total.
Yes, Lord. Direct.
That's still super helpful.
Yep.
Especially like here, you got your units out, you're back at your base, we're under attack, and you just hit space and it'll jump right to that attack.
Yep.
Whoa.
Yep. And I use it a lot for when I'm producing my second hero, because I will more than likely be out creeping while the hero is producing.
Who do I kill?
But as soon as he's done
Yep.
and trained, you get a transmission and you can hit space and jump to him right away.
Yep. Jump to him and tell him where he needs to go. Maybe I select my skill point with him. Shadow Hunter, I like to save my skill point, but that's more advanced. I would suggest just spend your skill point immediately. You know, Shadow Hunter comes out, you select Hex, you go start creeping, use your Hex. You can buy some items from the shop as well if you want to, like pick up some healing salves or clarity potions. These are going to be really big consumables that you can spend a lot on and be really comfortable with. Because look at the price compared to them. 100 versus 150. This heals 400 over 45 seconds for free charges, for a total of 1200 health for 100 gold. This one only heals 250 for 150 gold.
Right.
This one is 70 gold, 100 mana. This one's 150 gold, 125 mana. Mana potions a little more efficient than the potion of healing if you're like spamming it. But then again, potion of mana is more than likely not going to be what saves you. Potion of healing will be like the immediate, oh, this saves my hero when he's in dire need.
Yeah, absolutely.
But as you learn the game, you'll come to associate like different sounds with different units. Like, say the Shadow Hunter, for the example that I just gave. When he comes out of the altar, he'll say, "Want to see something real scary," or something like that.
Ready to work.
Yep, ready to work. Maybe you've trained a peon, but you need to like send somewhere specific, and you don't have a rally point set to it. Work complete. You just finished your burrow. You want to tab over, so you can do more stuff at your base once you've got the supply free. So on and so forth. There's a lot you can do with transmissions.
Absolutely. Yeah. That's a game changer. Okay, wow.
Yes.
Yep.
Excellent choice. Hey.
I'm trying to think what else could be left.
Excellent choice. Hey.
I know I said
I mean, I think that's a pretty good start for now. It's been almost 3 hours. It's getting late here, and I got a lot of shit to put into play tomorrow.
Yep. You've been taking
I'm gonna wake
notes?
up early, and I've been taking notes, dude. Not physical notes, but I've been thinking.
Yep.
And a lot of the stuff, I should have been taking physical notes, but a lot of it I have in my head, and a lot of it was
Brother,
stuff
I have
was
to
edging
rewatch.
towards on
I have
my
to
own, but
rewatch
just
the
to
video.
hear it out loud.
Yep.
What'd you
yep,
say?
I have to rewatch the video because a lot of the stuff I'm learning is like, damn, I'm learning something, and then I'm learning something else, and then I forgot what I just learned.
It's okay.
I
Yep.
mean-
We've got Rod.
Yeah.
That's it. That'll be up. But no, I'm waking up early tomorrow. I'm gonna start running computer games, just like you recommended.
What time is
And
early
start
for you?
What time's early for me? I mean, I'm gonna get up around probably 7:30, 8 o'clock. It's a Sunday morning.
Oh,
It is-
grandson,
Normally I'm
just for your information, Binary Sensei is also in the same time zone as us.
Yep. That's why we've scheduled in Eastern Standard Time. So I will be awake, in fact.
Okay, awesome.
So I can either watch or we can run like mock games, I guess. Not real games.
Oh, absolutely.
But whatever we need to do
Absolutely.
to get you set up. I think the only thing that I didn't mention, but I wanted to mention, and I guess I'll mention it now because it's very, very quick, is the attributes that I mentioned. Strength, agility, and intelligence will mean nothing unless you like hover over this and it tells you exactly what they do. Let's see. I have no intelligence, so I can't exactly show like the itemization of it. But, strength. Strength is pure survivability. Increases hit points, increases hit point regeneration. And if you are a strength hero, hint hint, Torn Chieftain,
Yeah.
it also increases your damage.
Okay.
Agility is a joint attack and defense stat. Agility increases your attack speed, and increases your armor, and then it also increases your attack speed if you are an agility hero.
Excellent choice.
That is the Blade Master and the Shadow Hunter, which creates a bit of a conflict that they're together, but
Next victim.
I will explain the conflict and how they are used together in just a moment with Intelligence. Intelligence is all about spellcasting. Each point increases your mana by 15. Each point increases mana regeneration.
Direct my blade.
The Shadow Hunter, even though he is an agility hero, is a really bad auto attacker, even though he's ranged. He's got slow attacks, his attack speed can't be boosted that well, he's not got very high base damage either. He is actually looking for intelligence more than anything, because he is a spellcaster, he's your healer.
Right.
So if you run
I am yours.
Blade Master, Shadow Hunter,
Yes, Lord. Yes.
agility
I
and
will
strength
hear
can
and obey.
safely go on the Blade Master. You can probably just sell strength items if you find better stuff.
Direct
And then
my blade.
your consumables and your intelligence items, and then maybe also auras, will go on the Blade Master, because the aura doesn't do anything with the stats, the consumables don't do anything with stats, and then the intelligence will just make him better at healing and supporting.
What task is there?
And then, Farseer, he wants intelligence, because he's, you know, wizard dude.
Spellcaster again, yeah.
He's
So
actually,
mana.
yep, he's an actual intelligence hero, so he also gets damage from
Be my
intelligence.
next victim.
Oh,
Just
that's
auto-
nice.
Yep.
So, and this is stuff you're looking for in items that you get from drops.
Yep,
We are
exactly.
enemies.
I've got
Okay.
a Helm of Valor that gives me strength and agility. Goes on my Blade Master because he'll be the only one who really benefits that much from strength and agility.
Excellent choice.
Use
And then-
my power.
Because I ran out of inventory slots on the Blade Master, I
We
stuck
are
Claws of Attack on the
enemies behind.
Shadow Hunter because it's not gonna hurt having it on them. But you see, I've got auras, I've got some consumables.
I am
Once I
yours.
spend the potion of healing, I'd probably pass over the Health Stone.
Move faster.
Oh,
Basically matching the right item with the right hero, right?
Yep.
Like your melee, you want your strength, your spellcasters, you want your intelligence.
Yep, melee is
I-
strength and agility. Ranged, like archers, usually agility. And then
I don't see anybody not benefiting from agility.
yeah, agility
Is that fair to say?
excellent
Agility
choice.
is called like the most busted stat. It benefits
Who be my next
in various
victim?
ways. Like the Shadow Hunter, his internal
Bingo
attack
man.
cooldown is really high for an agility hero, so he doesn't benefit as much.
Oh,
And of course, agility,
yes,
without
Lord.
increasing attack damage and
Yes,
going on bad attackers, usually isn't that great.
Direct
Bad
my
attackers
blade.
just kind of comes with
Yeah,
experience
man.
though and knowing things. Tauren Chieftain is a fine attacker, although I think for him you're usually looking for strength and intelligence, and then Farseer is all in on intelligence.
What you want me to do?
Use my
Shadowhunter is
power.
actually all in on intelligence,
I am
and then
yours.
Blade Master is all in on agility, as much as you can get.
Okay.
I will hear and obey.
Yep.
What task is there?
There's more
No,
heroes
that's
that have
that's all
different
pretty intuitive. Once again, that's all pretty intuitive once it's explained as well.
Yep.
Huh?
I can explain a little bit more. Like, if you want to dip, since it's getting late for you, I can explain as it pertains to other heroes, the itemization that they're looking for,
We are enemies
and you can.
Yeah,
watch
well,
with
we can
Buckle.
Bring it on.
we can go over that if you're going to be up in the morning. I'll run some games. You can kind of walk. We can get on voice chat again, and we can go over
Yeah.
some more shit.
Yeah, I'm thinking I might leave the
As
stream
we
up
put
a
it into
little.
play.
I might leave the stream up a little bit longer and continue explaining things that aren't like specific,
Who you want me to
and
do?
probably won't be very helpful for you to learn, but will be helpful for somebody who's watching the VOD later to learn.
I mean, yeah, I'll catch it anyways. I'm going to go back and rewatch this and probably actually write down some notes on the things I forget. I'll see how I
Yep.
do off of memory tomorrow. I usually retain information pretty well, and I have I'll be thinking about it all night too, putting
That's nice. That's
some
very
of
good.
this stuff into play tomorrow.
Yeah, man.
Yep. Yep, and of course, since we've got the VOD, we've got the ability to rewatch it whenever we want to.
Yes, and I can take notes on the finer points that I may have missed, or I'd rewatch it and go, "Oh yeah, I forgot he said that."
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
But I have a very good starting point for the morning, and I'm actually very excited to put some of this stuff in play and maybe actually make some improvements to my game.
I'm glad.
No,
Yeah,
it's been awesome, man. Like, dog, I appreciate you. This is great.
Yep.
I don't retain information much better at all, so I might be fucked.
It's okay. You got the VOD. That's what the VOD's here for.
Sorry.
Yeah, my wife just said you guys can cart instead, Argot.
Carting,
All right.
carting. Oh, she knows I'm in here. Yeah, carting.
Yeah.
Carting is Fridays because my main crew can only play on Fridays.
Now my wife will play Mario Kart anytime.
Sounds good, man. We'll see her next
All
Friday,
right.
right?
You won't see me. You'll probably see her. I'm like I said, I got overtime every Friday for the foreseeable future.
Sounds good, brother.
All right. Thank you very much, Binary Sensei.
Yep.
I
Nope.
appreciate both of you. Nargo, hey, we'll all be in touch. We'll touch base tomorrow when I start playing, and
Keep hammering
it's
out.
been a slice. It's been a slice,
Keep up
guys.
the
Thank you.
learning. Keep up the
Brother.
learning. You'll get
Oh
there
yeah,
in no time.
hi Foxy. See you later too. I keep forgetting you're in there. You're so quiet.
Oh, I know. I learned.
Foxy Sensei is my undead teacher, so he's my sensei too.
Yeah. All right. I appreciate all you guys.
All right, brother.
Alright.
Get your
All right.
rest.
See you in the
Yeah,
Have
morning.
a good one.
All right.
I am yours.
I guess before I go into like the itemization for other heroes, anything that YouTube want to add, or subtract, or multiply?
Nope. I'm just here listening, trying
Okay.
to retain information.
Yep. Okay. Sounds good, Ben. All right. So
Oh,
the itemization that you'll be looking for other races' heroes.
yes.
Start with humans, since that's the one I'm most familiar with. More than likely, you'll be running the Archmage first. The Archmage is another spellcasting hero. His main attribute is intelligence, so that means that he'll benefit from intelligence by way of increasing his damage. And then, of course, it also allows him to cast more water elementals and blizzards, the more intelligence that you stack on him. On top of that, the Brilliant Aura that he has makes spellcasting insane with him. Then, if you're going at Mountain King second, Mountain King is a strength hero. He's also got a good number of spells, so stacking mana on him isn't a horrible idea. Thunderclap, Stormbolt, those are pretty good, but if you instead go for like a bash build, strength, of course, to increase damage, because you're looking for those auto attacks for the bash proc. And then agility might not be horrible on him. There's probably better items, but agility will give him more chances to proc bash. If you do end up with a Paladin, Paladin is also strength, but he is not that great at auto attacking compared to the other heroes we've got. He's also looking for intelligence, so he can keep pumping out Holy Lights. Constant Holy Lights. Medallion of Courage, beautiful item for a Paladin. There's some other heroes that'll love a Medallion of Courage as well, because that gives strength and intelligence at the same time. And then the Blood Mage, a little more rare of a hero. Blood Mage is, of course, a mage. He's looking for intelligence as well. He's not got the best attack, so simply stacking like mana items on him as well isn't too horrible. Although, I would say he falls into a more extreme version of the Shadow Hunter. The Blood Mage can siphon mana, so he should never run out of mana, ideally. His main goal is to just support the mana of everybody else, so he'll be constantly funneling mana to and from enemies, back to your heroes and other spellcasters. Mana's probably not the biggest thing for him. You'll mostly be just looking for, I guess, auras and some other passive stuff to stack on him. Well, the big mana stuff might go on either the Paladin or the Archmage, whoever you've gone for a first hero. We've already gone over the Orc heroes, Undead heroes, and since we've got Foxy here, you can correct me. I believe that the standard is to stack mana on the Death Knight, because the Death Knight doesn't have the greatest auto attacks, and then Strength can kind of be like a secondary stat, because you're looking for Death Quills, and it's not too uncommon that you have the Death Knight kind of hiding in back, acting purely as a healer.
As far as I'm yeah, as far as I'm aware, people have told me that Death Knight, you know, maybe in the past you'd think of him more of as an active hero, but he's more of a caster. He's more of a healer, and you don't really want him in the fights. So intelligence,
Who be my
yeah, because he doesn't
next
really get
victim?
in the fights. You
Yeah.
keep him back to heal your
What
units
you
with
want me
coil.
to our enemies
Yep.
be
Yep, I
hiding?
could see probably, in particular, like the big mana items that aren't associated with intelligence, like the Pendant of Energy, Pendant of Mana. The Sobi Mask must be incredible. Same with a Mana Stone. Just stuff that gives mana regeneration as well, so you keep pumping up the Death Coils, keeping your
Who be my
other
next
units alive.
victim?
And then the Lich is the one that wants to be in the direct intelligence items, because you're also pumping out spells with him, but then you've also got a pretty good attack cooldown, especially for a ranged hero, one of the best ranged attackers in the game.
Yes, I can do that. Work. Yes,
I'm gonna surround them with sheep. The,
I am yours.
in particular, because of the Orb of Corruption that you'll be putting on him, you also want just auto-attacking items. Gloves of Haste are good, so you keep the Orb of Corruption procs up and you can spread it around wherever you need it to focus fire with him. Crypt Lord is Strength Hero. Some mana wouldn't hurt too much, but he's one of the tankiest heroes in the game, so stacking Strength will help a lot. You'll be able to stay in fights.
Be happy to. I can do that.
Carrion Beetles are pretty cheap, and then really only Impale is like where the big mana is being spent. And then Dreadlord. Dreadlord is such a weird hero because he's not used so often. He is technically a strength hero, but then the Vampiric Aura, I guess, will benefit from strength because you're increasing attack damage. I would say
Use my power.
you're looking for Vicarian Swarms and the Sleeps more with the Dreadlord than you are looking for raw attacking, so that might also be a mana hero. Although Dreadlord is often rocked solo, you have a lot of wiggle room for
Excellent choice.
itemization with him. Go whatever way you want. That's
Yeah,
not all
Dreadlord's
accurate.
yeah, Dreadlord's definitely the weirdest of the hero group, but yeah, because if you get Carrion and Sleep, yeah, it's definitely more powerful than him just attacking.
Yep.
But his Vampiric Aura is pretty strong, but he's more he's like more of a CC, almost more of a CC fighter. I don't know. I wouldn't know how to classify him.
Yeah, it's like the Carrion Swarm is pretty big damage if you can get it leveled up. Inferno, of course, is like the big
I am yours.
end game goal with Dreadlord. You're looking for spells more than you are with any auto attacking.
Yeah.
Overall, just kind of a weird hero.
Yes.
Honestly, there's a lot of weird stuff with the heroes. Like, they have a main stat, but then you're actually looking
Yes.
just for mana because their spells are more what you're looking for. Which is what we'll actually find when we move over to the Night Elf heroes, 4 Night Elf heroes.
Direct my blade.
The Demon Hunter is a big agility hero. He kind of likes a balance of all stats. Big fan of like buying circlets and getting Rings of Superiority and the like, but agility before all else. His mana costs aren't too high, but just the more mana you have, the longer he'll keep Immolation up, and the more he can mana burn. But he's got one of the best auto attacks in the game, probably only rivaled by Blade Master in terms of melee auto attacks. They're both the kings of auto attacking. Then you've got the Priestess of the Moon. Priestess of the Moon, there's not a lot you're spending mana on, it's just searing arrows, so it's probably just agility, but then you're competing with like Demon Hunter if you have Priestess of the Moon. If you go for like a Mass Huntress game, you might go Keeper first, Priestess second, so you can do some fast creeping with Force of Nature. Then you don't really have too much competition between the agility items. Priestess is a rare hero because she's not that great, just in general. All the other heroes that you can get just do better. Then we have the Keeper, The Keeper is primarily a
There are
spellcaster.
enemies hiding.
He's got a pretty good
Yes,
auto
Lord
attack,
Chief.
good old ranged auto attack. But with the
Who
Night
do I
Elves,
kill first?
I believe most of what you want to do with a ranged auto attacker is spread Orb of Venom. So you're just looking for attack speed rather than damage. Although damage will
Yes.
indeed come from intelligence, as that's its primary stat. Most of the time, though, you're just looking to cast spells with
What
him.
do you want?
Cast Entangle, cast Force of Nature. And then, for the very last hero that we've got from the Night Elf, the Warden, she has a horrendous auto attack, even though she's an agility
What do you
hero.
want?
Her attack,
What
her
task
internal
is there?
attack cooldown is pretty
Excellent choice.
insane. So that means that she benefits very little from anything that increases attack speed.
Direct my
Yes.
blade.
That's like world editor stats.
Tazdingo man.
But she's like some of the other heroes who don't have intelligence as a main casting point. She's still looking for intelligence and mana items, so she can keep her Fan of Knives up. She can keep
Yes,
Shadow
Lord
Striking.
Chief.
Enemies be hiding.
I think Blink is very cheap, so it's not that important for Blink. Blink is only 10 mana once you get it to level 2.
Right away.
And of course,
What task is there?
the big end goal with Warden,
My next
just like with
victim.
Dreadlord, is Avatar of Vengeance, which is a pretty huge mana cost. So you're just looking for mana for more spells with Warden.
How can I help?
Do you think it'll be worth it going over everything from a tavern, or just like the most common tavern heroes?
Who be my
Uh,
next victim?
Probably just like the most common, since there are so many.
There is only 8, but
Yeah, I mean you could.
Might
It's
as-
up to you.
might as well. Alright. We've got the Sea Witch as the first one. Naga Sea Witch. She is an intelligence hero, which means she gets extra damage from intelligence, but she is also looking more for auto attacks than spell casting. Forked Lightning is pretty good if you can get it high level, but usually it's not the Sea Witch for your power creeping. You're usually using her just for the cold arrows or the frost arrows. So you might be looking instead towards auto attacks. So Gloves of Haste, Agility, stuff that'll increase the auto attack speed. Those work pretty well. The Dark Ranger is also an agility hero. I think most of the time she's chosen as a third hero for her silence spell more than anything. She does have dark arrows. She does have life drain. If you're rocking her first, she's usually got dark arrow or black arrow. That means that you'll be looking for attack speed just the same as other arrow attacks, so you can keep the proc up, you can keep inflicting the damage. I think Dark Ranger, when she's used on Undead, she usually just receives whatever the Lich and Death Knight can get, if I'm not mistaken. You can correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, because like you said, as she's usually a third hero, and it's either like silence and
Something you doing?
it's usually silence and life drain.
Yep.
Because she does count as undead, and you can coil her as
Yep.
well.
Yep, and with the recent changes with Life Drain, she can kind of act as a secondary healer. Very recent change, being able to funnel life into allies. Then we've got the Pandaren Brewmaster. Brewmaster is also a big spellcaster. Brewmaster is usually used in conjunction with the Demon Hunter, I believe. So Brewmaster, he's a big spellcaster even though his primary attribute is Strength. So you are looking to get those Drunken Hazes and Breath of Fires off all the time. Mana items that don't go on the Demon Hunter because he wants agility and mana will go onto the Brewmaster. Probably intelligence and just whatever mana trinkets you find, while the agility, the attack, the defense goes on the Demon Hunter. Firelord is a hero that you almost never see like actually creeping. There's very few items that you'll actually get with him. And he's mostly there just to throw out more lava spawns as a level 1 hero. But if you do, for whatever reason, get with him in the late game, get stuck with him, I think There was an orc style that was using him fairly recently against pallet rifles. Probably just want to go with mana on him. You're picking him for soul burn and lava spawn for the most part. So you can go with mana on him for more lava spawns. Keep up the pressure with lava spawns at all times. Then we've got the Pit Lord. The Pit Lord is another strength hero. I think a lot of people go with him for the cleaving attack. So you probably want to stack strength and auto attacking stuff like claws and gloves of haste on him so you can keep cleaving. Rain of Fire can be good for siege breaking, but you probably won't need too many casts of it. So if you just go all in on strength, he can be used as a third hero as well for undead. So that means if all mana is being funneled into DK and Lich, you'll probably be going with a Pit Lord third as a strength hero more than anything, with a little bit of support from Howl of Terror. The Beastmaster is a pure summoner. He is another strength hero, but if you're going to summon with him, you can probably stack intelligence and mana items. He's got a pretty good auto attack for a strength hero as well. So I imagine there's probably a way to work with him with strength and agility, as well as gloves of haste. Tinker again is another one of those spellcasting heroes. I believe. You know what? I actually don't know what his primary attribute is. It's okay.
Yeah.
So it is intelligence.
Engine's running.
So yeah, stack intelligence
I can
items
handle
with him.
Let's roll out.
Usually going for mostly spellcasting with him and not auto
On
attacking.
top of it.
So you can stack Sobi
I
Mask
can handle
and
that.
Pendant of Mana
On top of it.
rather than looking for like a Closet Attack with some
Let's
other
roll
intelligence heroes. He's melee, of course.
Yeah, baby.
So not a great auto attacker. Just looking for those pocket factories and cluster rockets. And since I chose him because I didn't know what his actual stat was, the last hero that we could have had is the Goblin Alchemist. I want to say Goblin Alchemist is another intelligence hero. I can actually look that up. Totally professional here, folks. He is a strength hero, okay. Well, nonetheless, most of the time when you're picking Goblin Alchemist, you're looking for Healing Spray
I'm
and
all
Acid
geared
Bomb more than anything. Healing Spray in the case of like a Mass Huntress game, and then in the case of Anti-Air specifically, he's got a very niche use case with Anti-Air, with Acid Bomb, with some interactions with Bat Rider, but that's for a later date. You'll probably be looking for some spellcasting items on
What you
him as
got?
well.
We are eating
Yeah.
Yes, Lord.
I think that about sums up everything I could go over.
All systems go. Yeah, baby.
Seems pretty concise to me.
Oh,
Well, we've been at this for 3 hours. I wouldn't call it concise, but
Who do I care?
this should be good.
understood.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess we'll cut the VOD off here just that way we don't get it stuffed with like random filler stuff. So let me go here and well, farewell for now, everybody.
Bye for
Yep.
now.
I hope this VOD is helpful for our newer players at ReuCord. You know, not just for those who are in attendance, but even though I focused mostly on Orc, I didn't get a visual for a lot of the stuff, but I think in summation, getting like your basic melee unit, basic ranged unit, and a good autocasting spellcaster as like a core combat while you're figuring out how the game all works will work for a while, and then get into more specified builds as you go on.
Yeah, because a lot of Warcraft 3 is you've got to be able to survive the beginning, and if you can successfully get your tier 2 going, you should be kind of, if we would call it maybe a 4-step program. Though getting past the tier 2 would kind of be step 2. Whereas tier 4 would be being able to challenge you or me in an actual combat.
Yep.
But
Alright.
yeah, I'm gonna head off. So catch you guys next time.
Ready, Foxy Sensei. See ya.
See you guys.
See ya. Any closing words?
Nope. I'm just here to learn. You got all the teachings, Binary Sensei.
Yep. Been at this for 20-something years, which is almost as old as I am. It's like Bane versus Batman. You merely adopted Warcraft 3. I was born in it, molded by it.
So yeah, so we get to end here. We'll learn more difficult things later, I'm assuming.
Yeah. I'll probably use you and Grant if you both stick with Orc for showing off like some Orc stuff, and then of course I've got Snuit to show off some human stuff. I could also show off human stuff on my own because that's where my specialty lies. Foxy can show off any undead stuff. I might be able to help a little bit with it. Not the expert at undead. I like to play a very off-meta style. Masked skeletons, masked summons. And then Night Elf. I've learned a little bit. Again, not my forte. But I should be able to help because Night Elf is pretty much just bears and dryads. And deal
Well, I intend to
orcas.
learn all 4, so it works out for me regardless.
Yep. If you're gonna learn all 4, I can go over all 4. And you'll learn a little bit about all 4 as you continue through the campaign. I guess that's another thing that I could mention for the newer players, is that the campaign, it won't teach you how to operate within an actual multiplayer match. Most of the time, objectives will be slightly or very different from what you're trying to do in a multiplayer match, but it will take you through all the units in the game. I think it will let you play with all the heroes in the game, as at least the race's specific heroes. I don't think it'll let you play with all the tavern heroes because, as it turns out, when the game released, there were only 3 tavern heroes, 3 or 4, instead of 8. They started releasing more and more tavern heroes as the game went on. But yeah, that should be sufficient for our purposes.
Alrighty.